I still remember your number, can say those digits by heart. With that first drink of the summer, I think about where you are. I dialed 235, are you alive? How I miss our late night drives in 4-6. How is it that in my mind I flip a switch and 7-2, forgetting you is something I can't seem to do, even though we were just kids. I close my eyes, I'm waiting for the lightning strike to knock me back to 2005, before you took that cross-country flight, before we said goodbye. Our late night drives in 4-6. How is it that in my mind I flip a switch and 7-2, forgetting you is something I can't seem to do, even though we were just kids. I close my eyes, I'm waiting for the lightning strike to take me back to 2005, before you took that cross-country flight, before we said goodbye. Before we said goodbye.
I was a diamond in the rough. They said what we had wasn't enough. They said there was no more room for us. But now we're here about to tear it up. I was a diamond in the rough. They said what we had wasn't enough. They said there was no more room for us. But now we're here about to tear it up. Back
Got my praise up, nowadays on way up. Got my praise up, nowadays on way up. Yeah, they can't break my vibe ever since I met Christ. They can't break my vibe ever since I met Christ. Yeah, they can't break my vibe. They can't break my vibe. Oh no no. Ever since I met Christ. Ever since I met Christ. Yeah. They can't break my vibe. They can't break my vibe. Oh no no. Ever since I met Christ. Ever since I met Christ. I just go right with the track. I can't describe the vibe. Now I just fight the fight. Came out the dark and that light was bright. I'm on my vibe. I'm on my open my wings and I fly. Yeah. We going high. We going. I'm on my vibe till I die. Yeah. On another level nobody could take away. I'm feeling great today. Yeah. I'm feeling. Stay on my vibe and it never will fade away. Blessed in a major way. Yeah. Open the book, take a look at the data. You blessed if you turn to the master. Facts. My heart was cold like Alaska. Facts. Now I'm way up like it's NASA. Got my praise up. Nowadays I'm way up. Got my praise up. Nowadays I'm way up. Yeah. They can't break my vibe ever since I met Christ. They can't break my vibe ever since I met Christ. Yeah. They can't break my vibe. They can't break my vibe. Oh no no. Ever since I met Christ. Ever since I met Christ. Yeah. They can't break my vibe. They can't break my vibe. Oh no no. Ever since I met Christ. Ever since I met Christ. I called on God and he picked up the phone. Invited me straight to the throne. Now I'm all up in my zone, yeah. I'm on my vibe till I'm home, yeah. You don't need to know if you ain't on board. Got my joy from the Lord. Got my joy till win like we score. Oh boy, open the wings and we soar. We just go up like it's space with a ship. We won't come down cause the vibe is too lit. We get it poppin' like unloaded.
ASL 시즌 10 타임리스.
첫 번째 시드를 가지고 있는 김명우 선수 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
저는 코스 요리를 좋아해가지고 예, 2명 생각하고 있어요. 예.
코스 요리를 잘못 먹으면 취할 수가 있거든요. 우승자 징크스가 될 수도 있지 않을까.
아니요 그런 거 없으려고 먹는 거예요. 예, 걱정 안 하셔도 될 것 같아요.
상문이 형 먹고 후식으로 저 먹으면 됩니다.
둘 다 그냥 A조 올 생각하고 있으면 될 것 같아요.
윤중을 슬쩍 만지고 역시
예, 신상문
배상문 선수를 선택을
살살
했습니다.
녹을 수 있는
A조에 들어가고 싶었어요. 특히 그 김윤중 선수 딱 오면 너무 좋을 것 같아요.
북한조, A조 한번 기대를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 원하는 그 조가 지금 만들어 가고 있어요. 다른 조에서 아무도 안 뽑아갔어요.
저 같은 경우에는 A조를 죽음의 조로 만드는 게 좋지 않을까 싶습니다. 예.
김윤중을 안 뽑을 가능성이 높다는데
굉장히 방송 욕심 내고 있네요. 까불지 마세요.
지금 김윤중 선수가 너무 까불랑 하시는데 큰 코 다칩니다. 예.
형님, 우리 그냥 정해진 대로 가요.
정해진 대로 가자는
네.
이야기에 고개를 끄덕하긴 했거든요.
그렇죠. 정영재.
그럴 수가 없었죠.
예. 굉장히 좀 화목한 분위기 속에서
네.
이렇게 좀 A 그룹이 좀 이어지고 있는 상황이거든요.
계획을 좀 들었는데 큰 반전은 없는 것 같아요.
바로 선택을 하겠습니다. 자, 알아서 오나요? 자율주행이네. 자율주행. 와, 자기가 붙이고 자기가 와요. 와, 뛰어가는 거 보세요.
너무 좋습니다. 다른 선수들이 이렇게 배려를 해주셔가지고 A조 정말 재밌는 경기 나오겠네요.
조를 바꿀 수 있는 권한은요. 이제 우승자의 권한 하나 말고는 지금 없거든요.
명훈이 저번 시즌 우승할 때 저희가 길 따뜻하게 깔아줬거든요. 저희가 16강, 8강 결승이었거든요. 명훈이가 성대를 뭐 이제 영진이나 용태형이나 뭐 현재 정도로 해주면은 정말 감사할 것 같습니다.
저는 윤중이나 바꿔줬으면 어떨까. 명훈이랑 같은 팀이었으니까 오히려 그게 더 기분 좋은 재회가 아닐까. 그게 더 좋지 않을까 싶네요 저는.
언제적 같은 팀입니까? 지금 A조 저희가 같은 팀이에요. 저희 지금 한 팀입니다. 저희 가족이에요. 건들지 마세요.
모두가 행복할 수는 없어요. 한 명을 위해서 좀 작은 선물을 제가 줄 수는 있는데 지옥이 될 수도 있어가지고 그 선수한테는 일단 미안하다는 말을 하고 싶어요.
자 과연 누굴 바꾸나요? 누굴 바꾸나요? 누굴 바꾸나요? 여기서 누구 되나요? 누구? 김민철.
제자.
유영진. 유영진의 누구랑? 진짜. 아 진짜?
정말?
와.
리아.
와 이게 리얼이에요.
예, 가족의 붕괴 현장을
예.
실시간으로 보고
네.
있습니다.
여러분 보고 계십니까?
야.
우리가 가족이야. 가족이 깨졌습니다.
그렇습니다.
로또 맞았습니다.
3테란이 좀 연습하기도 편하고 또 김윤중 선수 그냥 호적에서 파버리고 싶어가지고 너무 좀 얄밉더라고요. 처음 시작할 때부터 너무 얄미워가지고 보내버렸습니다.
김명훈 선수를 제외한 나머지 3명의 테란이 이렇게 매치가 되게 됐고요.
Today's matchup. Queen 김명훈. Left 신성. D. Day1 정영진. 러쉬 유영진. ASL 시즌 10 16강.
We fight them in the morning light. At dawn we strike with all our might. Down the hill we charge them to the beat.
What's up, everybody? We're back here at the ASL. We just wrapped up Korean Thanksgiving. We are going into the round of 16 with one of our players being the defending champion. 1 Zerg and 3 Terrans will be interviewing our players and getting their thoughts on what they think about this group and if they'll advance or not, and then we'll be hopping into our games. How you doing, Artosis?
Oh, I am so happy ASL's back, and I'm so happy that I actually am going to get a bunch of TBTs.
I know, you are the only person who's super hype about that. No, it's going to be a great day. Hyungun says hello to our players. They say hello back. She says so in the last group nomination. You showed why you can win a championship. Your plans worked out very well. You made a 3-Terran group. How was your preparation going into this today? Yes, since there is only one race I have to practice against, it's much easier for me. My prep was easy, but I would say that my opponents are still strong, so it won't be. The games won't be easy for me. That's true. All these 3 Terran players have very different styles and approaches to the matchup. Was that? Excuse me. Who is the most challenging player to go up against? I'd say Leila is actually the most difficult for me to prep for. He actually said, let's have some drinks. I'm not sure if he's kidding or not. Anyways, he seems confident is what I'm trying to say. So that makes me a little bit wary. So during the ASTL, it was a little bit lackluster. Can you show a better performance in the ASL Season 10? Sure, on ASTL, on my team. I've had some players on my team that had a bad aura and a bad attitude, and that impacted me. And that can make it harder for me to win, but I can rely on myself and myself alone now. So I should be fine. Let's go to you now, Leila.
안녕하세요.
So just before, you were showing a lot of confidence.
김명훈 선수가 워낙
You were mentioning you want to get some drinks with Queen after the match.
좀 잘 준비하는데 좀 어려움이
Well, since Queen is a very strong player,
조금 여유
I had a hard time in the prep work.
보여주고 있는데 모르겠어요, 잘.
아무래도 신상문 선수가 24강
On the other hand,
이변의 주인공이라고
I think me trying to mask my
언급을 하고
nervousness, maybe I was acting a little bit
계시고
confident coming into the studio
있잖아요.
today.
준비하면서 또 개인적으로
So a lot of people
그러셨다고
say that you're the
알고
biggest
있습니다.
surprise
신상문
as far as
선수가
players who
굉장히
advance to the round of
재밌고
16.
묘하다.
네.
어떤 마음이셨나요?
You made a short post
진짜
on your,
오랜만에
like a
16강
note,
준비를
a sticky on
하는데,
your stream.
그냥 예전 생각이 났어요.
You
그냥
said you're
예전에
excited to be in the round of 16, but it feels a little bit unreal. Can you tell us about that?
뭐
Yeah,
준비하면서
so
이제 이기는 것만 남았어요.
when I
이기면
got to the round of
그
16, it really made me nostalgic for my old days, back when I was a player.
24강에서는 또
And
2승을
back then I
하고
was much more
16강에
stressed out and felt a lot more pressure.
그만큼의 자신감이라면 이번 16강에서도 충분히 또 이변을 만들어내지 않을까
But you also know that when you win the matches, how happy you'll
어느
be.
정도 있으신 상태인가요?
But you've already caused some big upsets coming into this.
이긴다면
Is that?
진출
Do you think it can happen again here today?
충분히 가능할 것 같다.
네.
아 이번에도 신상문 선수 한번 좀 기대를
So if I
해보도록
beat Queen.
하겠습니다. 자 다음으로 인사 나눠볼 선수는 정영재 선수입니다.
I think
안녕하세요.
I will advance.
24강에서 정영재 선수는
Let's go to you,
떨어지든
JYJ.
올라가든 부담 없이 편하게 임하겠다라고 좀 말씀을 하셨어요 경기 전에. 또
You
그런
said the round of
좋은
24 was
경기력으로
going to be.
16강에 올라오셨는데 16강을
You weren't thinking about whether or not you'd be eliminated or you'd advance. You just wanted to play the games you prepped. But here you are. You're in the round of 16. How are you feeling?
태태전 승이 한 번도
That's true. I came into the studio with a relaxed mindset.
왔기 때문에 아주
네.
약간 가벼운 마음으로 왔습니다.
그렇다면 김명훈 선수가
I tend to not win in TVT in general. So my goal is to just try to get at least one win today.
선수와 유영진 선수를
in TVT.
바꿨잖아요.
네.
그때 정영재 선수는 좀 기분이 어땠나요?
So Queen swapped Shuttle
뭔가
Shuttle for Rush.
훨씬
Excuse
나은
me.
것 같아서 저도 좋았고 다들 좋아하는 분위기라서 좋았던 것 같아요.
I preferred playing Terrans over playing Protoss, so I think everybody can be happy about that.
얼마만큼 좀
What is your
점치고
predictions then?
계시는지 들어볼 수
Can you
있을까요?
advance to the quarterfinals?
네.
Well,
1승을 목표로 해가지고
like I said,
그래도 한 40%?
my goal is to just get one win.
있지 않을까
거의
싶네요.
반에 가까운 확률로 올라갈 것
if I do
같다라고
advance,
예상을 하고 계시는 것 같은데요.
maybe I have a 40%
자,
chance of
마지막으로
getting,
유영진 선수와도 이야기
to
나눠보겠습니다.
first spot.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
자 이번 시즌
Let's go to you now,
유영진
Rush.
선수
Hello.
본인도 물론 그러하시겠지만 많은 분들이 참 많은 기대를 걸고 계십니다.
네.
16강 앞두고
So this
계신
season,
컨디션은 어떠세요?
there's been a lot of high expectations for you.
일단 너무 좋아요.
How are you feeling today?
자신 있는 상태입니다.
I think my condition's good. I'm feeling confident.
가장 큰 수혜자
During the group nominations.
수혜자가 되셨잖아요.
네.
로또 맞았다고 또 본인 입으로 말씀하실
Seemed
정도로
like you were the biggest beneficiary.
굉장히 기분 좋은 조편성이실 것 같은데 또 김명훈 선수가 살려줬지만
You must have been very satisfied with the group.
또 있죠 우리 지난 시즌 24강에서 또 유영진 선수를 탈락시킨 장본인이기 때문에
네. 오늘 꼭 만나고 싶긴
But
해요.
of course,
오늘
Queen was a
영훈이
player who
형이
eliminated you in the round of
와가지고
24 in the past.
재밌는
Do
경기
you think you can get revenge? Yeah, sure.
나를 김윤중과 바꾼 걸 좀 후회하게 해주겠다.
I think I'm
라는
going to
마음가짐이신가요?
play some very entertaining games against him.
뭐 그런 다짐은 아닌데 어쨌든
Do you think you're going
만나면
to make him
이긴다는
regret
생각으로 준비를 해오긴
putting you in the
했어요.
same group as him?
저그저를 굉장히 많이 준비해
I don't know. Look, my attitude is that coming into this, no matter what, it should be fine.
엄청 했어요.
네.
한 조가 완성되고 나서부터 며칠 동안
She said, how much prep did you put in TVZ? He said, I actually mostly just prep for TVT, to be honest.
준비를 많이 했다고 하니까
Until the early hours of the day.
자, 그럼 본격적으로 팬 여러분들이 ASL 공식 방송국 게시글에
So we have some
남겨주신
fan-submitted
질문을
questions.
선수들에게 전달해 보겠습니다. 먼저 김명훈 선수.
Queen, to you
팬분이 이런
first.
질문을 남겨주셨네요. 김명훈 선수의 손에서 만들어진 3테란조 자만인지
So you made a three-Terran group.
인지 궁금하다.
Are you overconfident against Terran specifically? What is the strategy
쉽지
here?
않을까 생각을 해서 뽑았는데 연습하는 과정에서 테란전도 힘들더라고요.
I prefer to play against Terrans over Protoss. But in my prep work specifically for this group, I did feel that TVZ, at least for me right now, is pretty difficult. ZVT, excuse me.
운 좋게 어부지리로 올라갈 수도 있겠다라는 생각이 들긴 해요.
But when I get to the studio,
나눠보니 마음이 좀 편안해지신 것 같은데요.
it sounds to me like they weren't as
신상훈
focused on
선수에게
TVZ as I was on
남겨주신
ZVT. And if that's the case, I think I still have a very good chance to advance.
BS로 승리했지만 역시 신상훈
Later.
선수하면 투스타 레이스가 먼저
In the round of 24, you did not do your infamous two-port Wraith build.
뭐 딴 거 있나요? 네, 그냥
This is a meme that's on par with on comedy with the Save the Animals, Kill the Animals, and AGDQ. But the question is, what does two-port Wraith mean to you?
네, 그렇죠.
Which is a meme out here in this show.
기대하겠습니다. 자, 이어서 정영재 선수에게 전달해
He kind of doesn't answer the question. Says, look forward to my games.
김태경 선수에게 강력한
In the round of 24 final match.
자, 오늘은 또 어떤 선수
This was a big sucker punch to Bisu. A punch in the gut, I think, is a better expression. Is there anybody else you'd like to surprise?
명훈이 형 정도는 잡아야지 더 발전한 느낌이 아닐까 싶네요.
Well, since I beat Bisu, I guess the next thing I have to do is beat Queen.
I
guess that makes sense, right? Okay. On to Rush. So this is going to be a tough one to try to explain. The letters in the numbers, excuse me, in Korean. Sometimes kind of align with the person's name, like Lee Young Ho. It kind of sounds like 2-0. His name, if you have this, if the Korean words and the numbers, sounds a little bit like his name. But the last number is supposed to be the wins he's going to have in a group. I'm sorry, guys. That's a tough one. Someone on the internet can write that up and explain it. Queen says, I made this group. So I've got the mindset that I have to advance. Over to you. What do you think? I've never made it to the quarterfinals, but this is a great opportunity for me to advance. I'm going to do my best.
오늘 태태전 첫 승을 꼭 할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
I'm sorry. I think he said I will advance. I will make it happen. Yes! Thank you for the final words, and let's get the tournament started. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I can't explain the number. It's a lot. It's a mouthful.
It doesn't matter a whole lot.
Yes.
To be honest, it has to do with Korean.
You know how we all
how
meme?
it sounds like names.
Yeah, you know how we all meme very hard in English?
Yeah.
Imagine that in Korean, but you got to go down a real rabbit hole to make sense of it.
Yeah.
I love what we're doing with the pillars here in the studio, by the way.
I can't believe that there are studios stupid enough to not have pillars in the middle of them.
You mean your studio doesn't even have pillars on the walls? Or screens on the pillars? Pillars on the wall.
That's crazy. Okay.
We're back here at the ASL. It was a break that was too long.
It was way too long.
It was nice to have a little bit of time off, but that's too much time off from StarCraft. So we're starting the round of 16 today, and we will have basically no breaks from here on out. Every Tuesday and Sunday. And we would have an extra day here on Thursday as well.
That's
ASL.
right. Yeah. We're ripping through it, so it's going to be a lot of fun. This group in particular, I think, has potential to be our longest group we've ever had in ASL's 10 seasons.
I think you are 100% right.
It's very likely it'll be the longest group.
Possibly a 5-hour or more cast.
Easily. It could
Easily.
be. Especially when you look at some of the maps that we have. If they don't kill each other very quickly in some of these TPTs, this can get very long.
So Terran versus Terran is statistically the longest matchup, and that's by quite a bit. PvT can be long, but it also can be very short. So here's what the groups are looking like. Again, we have an extra day here. We'll be doing ASL on Thursday as we try to catch up and fulfill our studio obligations. And then Sunday and Tuesday we'll be back with Group C and D. And of course, the big focal point of this ASL is the fact that Flash is playing random in his first major tournament. He did have a debut in the 10, the esports night, as they call it out here, a show match series. But this is one where it really counts.
Yeah. It's going to be crazy. We'll talk more about that as we get to it. Here's our maps and format, what's going on. So basically match 1 and 2 are best of ones that will be on Shakura's Temple that we'll talk about in a little bit here. And then we'll do map vetoes for the winner's match, the loser's match, and the final match. And yeah, that's going to be best of 3s. So you see the map lineup. The crazy maps are Plasma, Shakura's Temple. This is not really crazy. If you watch a lot of Korean streams on AfreecaTV, they play on this map a lot of customs right now. That's a raised high ground center of the map. Yeah, it's not that weird of a map, to be honest.
This
there's a lot of ramps.
If you threw it at
and
somebody, you
stuff.
could kill him for sure, though. You know?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
too.
This map would make a great ninja star.
It certainly would.
No, yeah, this map, it's not, I think you're totally right, as crazy as some of the other maps we've had here, but I actually like that. I want to see some more...
It's not too vanilla either. Like, there are a lot of ramps. There's a lot of places to change elevations and stuff. It's definitely a cool map. Like, they have really good games on this, on their streams when they're practicing against each other, so I'm looking forward to it. Definitely it can become a little bit weird in TVT. You get giant siege lines in the middle, which I think we're going to see a lot of. But this is going to be our first map, right? So the first 2 games we see today will be on these, a TVZ and a TVT.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see what exactly a TVZ is going to look like here. Where does the Zerg want to try to hide and expand?
Yeah.
And what approach exactly does Terran have to start things off?
Mm-hmm. So here's our lineup. What are you thinking about who actually gets out of here?
I think Queen advances. I don't think Leda advances. I think that's a safe bet.
Okay.
I know that he caused an upset. I think that is what happens in best of ones. Sometimes crazy results happen. Maybe Rush advances.
Okay. Yeah.
What about you?
It's fair. You know, a lot of I said, and I guess the Korean scene is saying that Rush is probably the 3rd best Terran right now, and that's actually something that's kind of talking about after Flash and Light, who's the next best Terran. That's a little bit open to interpretation. I would say it's probably Rush.
Royal's been very popular.
Yeah, Royal's quite good right now. There's no question about that. But to be honest, in this group, like I saw that Rush during the thing was very happy to get switched out of his group into this group.
Yeah.
But I do want to mention that his weakest matchup is TVT, so I could see it going wrong for him. It's a good song. This is a good choice.
Yeah.
Queen's actually a badass.
Queen's ready.
He should have probably chosen a song by Queen, but I'll go with this one.
Yeah, I was thinking that. This is an oldies right here.
Good, though.
Yeah. That's how we cast back then. That's how casters talk back then.
Because what are rock and roll stars but primitive casters?
That's
truly.
right. They didn't have any computer games to yell over.
Yeah, that's very true. I love it. I'm so tickled by his song choice.
Yeah, no, I welcome this.
메타 신상문.
Okay, hold on. Oh,
Diablo's
touche. Well played, sir.
What do I think about this?
Well, you're thinking about going to Kane. What does Kane say, though? I can't remember.
Good old Deckard.
Deckard Kane.
I don't remember.
His name was Diablo, the Lord of Destruction. Does he sound like that?
Probably.
Stay a while.
It's been a long time since I played
Why
Diablo.
do I sound like
Sean
like
Connery?
Kane played by Sean Connery? Yes.
Yeah. I don't know.
Sometimes it's okay to hit a woman.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
But yeah, this...
Great song, though.
Yeah, very interesting, the choices. Anyways, best of one between these two. This could be interesting. Leda comes with very cheesy plays, very cheesy builds.
Yeah.
So I almost guarantee you that he will be doing something crazy here.
Our game is ready. Again, it will be on Shakura's Temple, a best of one. Queen, the ASL champion, versus Leda, the underdog. Let's go.
샤크로스 템플에서 게임을 시작합니다.
What are you laughing at?
You're just a funny guy, Tasis. My God. All right.
All right, let's go to Shakura's. Shakura's Temple.
Yeah. Top left, we have Queen, defending champion of ASL.
Yeah.
Bottom right, we got Leda.
I got to emphasize that even more because I think there's so much talk about how great Flash is. It's actually easy to forget. He did not win the last season of ASL, and he was not playing random there.
Yeah.
It was Queen.
It's true.
So, I mean, this is... and you know, let me tell you something. If Queen can win again, this is going to be the start of something crazy.
Yeah, that would be wild.
Flash has been dominant for so long, but he's playing random now, and I got a lot to say about that, but I think we have to wait until we see him on the day he plays random to really talk about it. We already saw at the esports night, like, his random looked good, but I don't think he's going to win a StarLeague with that, at least not for the way those games looked. There's, of course, so many variables with that, but Queen right now really does look pretty much impeccable.
Yeah, you know, he's extremely good, of course, being you know, the defending champion and all. And I think he's on the very short list of people who can actually win this tournament. I think it's Queen, I think it's Snow, I think it's Light, I think it's and then the two that are a little bit outside of that I think could win but would be a little bit surprising would be Flash and Sulky. That's, in my opinion, the winner is 100% coming out of that group. 100%. And out of those top 3, which is, it's such a beautiful thing, StarCraft 1, because literally the 3 heaviest favorites are 3 different races in this tournament.
Yeah.
I mean,
isn't that wild?
Try to argue with me that there's a player here better, other than, you know, Flash, of course, than Queen, Snow, and Light. You're just... Yeah. You can't do it. No one can do it. They're just, they are on another level.
We really do have like a star player for each race, and that does include random now, excitingly enough, with Flash here.
Yeah. So already you see Leda is doing something completely out of the ordinary.
This is surprising to me.
Yeah, he's going just 2 racks straight up. So what this probably is, this is most likely just going to be a sunken bust.
Yeah.
But he's in cross spawns, so the odds of it working have gone down to near 0. Okay, because now I don't know the exact rush distance of this map, but it generally stays about the same across maps as what makes a good map. But if you do a move out with Marine Medic from a natural to another natural in close spawns on most maps, if Zerg doesn't make their sunks real fast, then you can sometimes get there before the sunkens are done. Or in the case of some players like Ample, you can stim and you will be there no matter what before they're done.
Right.
In cross spawns, it is a B rank Zerg can get his sunkens up in time when they see him leave, right? If they have anything outside the natural. So I think that as Leda scouts this, the dreams of a sunken bust are looking not so hot.
Yeah, there's a 2 out of 3 chance you spawn close to them, right? In this case, he got that 1 out of 3 odd that they're far away. And I mean, again, it doesn't mean it can't work. It just means that there is a few seconds extra of time for the Zerg to react and defend. And Brood War really is a game about just a few seconds, often.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
That's why if someone unpauses your game when you're, you know, you're answering the door or something like that, you really can, it can cause you the entire game if you're not.
Rather not get my package, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so he has a few Marines out in the front, and he's going to deny this Zergling Scout. That's pretty nice, to be honest.
And by the way, this build that Leda's doing is, believe it or not, is actually counterintuitive to the map itself, which is one of the reasons why he's doing it.
Yeah.
You have to get up on a high ground here to even try to get in a good. Well, actually, I guess it's not true if Zerg's going to expand down there. But you know what I'm saying? It's not a map where you would think, oh, this is a thing you want to watch out for.
No, well, this is not on any map because this is not a build.
Yeah.
This is not anything that anyone does at any level. I mean, if someone's like, oh, I'm down to F, someone did this to me. Okay, I'm not talking about you because you're not a real level. But this is like no one goes to Barracks Marine Medic. It's just,
well, this is actually
completely hiding what he's doing.
A build order from 1999.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, like literally you can find games from 1999 where people did this. Now, but what he's doing is he's hiding it very well. It's completely preventable unless the Zerg just doesn't see it coming. Oh, I don't know if he saw that or not.
Yeah, it's hard to say if he saw that. Okay, he's running around, and okay, you see he's throwing down these sunkens now. But he saw that kind of late. You know what? Leda might just kill him.
Leda might be Suna.
Better Suna than Leda.
Yeah.
Dude, he actually might get him if he does an extra stim.
Well, there's only 2 sunks too. I thought there would be another one here.
Maybe he had to afford his mutas.
Oh, that you might be right.
Yeah.
So this has to bust both sunks down before the muta's out.
The mutas are about to pop, so I think he's missed his timing just slightly.
Let's find out.
Yeah, the fire bats are really great here. They really can tank a lot of damage and make it so lings can't really hurt your army.
Yeah, he needs to make sure that each Marine is healed up. Actually, even syncing up the stims is very important here. Now, again, the mutas can kill this. It's going to be about control on both sides, by the way. But if he actually kills the hatchery...
Yeah, if he gets the hatch, that's a really big deal. And it's starting to look like he might. Let's see. Oh, he actually sends the fire bat into the main base, so...
Okay, I actually like that idea.
Yeah.
These mutas are all insanely low, by the way. He's hit the fire bat there.
Oh my god, but he brought 4 more Marines up. He's not really targeting them right now. I don't know how much health that hatch is at.
Oh my god! funny how long it actually takes for a firebat to kill a drone. You would think it would just be
Takes a
much
few
quicker,
hits.
but yeah, really it's not all that fast.
Okay, so he lost 3 drones, 2 sunks, all his lings, a muta, and some mining time.
I think that the Zerg is going to be fine.
Yeah, he should be fine, but like Leda is not dead, right? Like he basically the mutas are not coming for a very long time. There are some redeeming things about his position here, right? He's going to have his range upgrade. The mutas can't really do anything to him if he's in his main base, so that's something. But yeah, he doesn't. You don't have a lot of great long-term potential with what Leda's up to here.
So he's going to fan the mutas out now. Now again, you know, I think to the untrained eye, this might look like it could go either way, right? I mean, Terran did some damage, but he doesn't have an expansion. Really, Terran is in such a difficult spot. You need to get almost to the closer here. With that initial attack, you want to kill the hatch, kill the mutas. Maybe they barely hold it off, but ideally you've just won the game already.
Basically, with a build order like this, if you kill the hatchery, you should win.
Correct.
And if you don't kill the hatchery, the Zerg has the edge there. But again, it's not completely unplayable. Like we'll have to see what he wants to do. Okay, adds the 3rd Rax. That's pretty normal here. And I think he's going to rush up to Vessel. I think that's what we're going to end up seeing. And
yeah, I think you're right.
What I'm kind of imagining that we're going to see is like a 2-vessel mass marine medic push out. Because he'll have like 2 vessels irradiate.
I think you're right.
He'll have about 2 irradiates and you know, maybe 2 groups of marines and a group of medics to go.
Yeah, I think you're totally correct. And again, this is actually one of the most ancient builds in StarCraft.
Yeah, this is old.
The rush timing is pretty. I mean, people would do it back then, but I think one of the reasons why it could beat even the best player in the world is because it's so old and it's so preventable that you just sort of don't see it coming.
Yeah, and he did a good job masking it with the 4 Marines and how they moved out first. Like, he was taking some risks there. If Queen had made a big group of Speedlings, he could have picked off 4 Marines, and then the rush would have been even weaker.
And for those trying to become more educated about the game, this game, unless Leda wins in a big surprise play, it really shows why people are frantically trying to get expansions up early on in a game. Almost everything is hinged on trying to get the second base up. Now
a little bit of miss micro there from Queen.
Yes, very true. So +1 weapons is done.
A huge deal.
Yeah, because that means the mutas are going to die much quicker. Nothing is going to attack as fast as a stimmed marine.
Yeah, that's
so that's a lot of extra damage, you know.
Maybe a crackling, but that's it. Okay, so there's already Hydras out, which means Lurker should be just about done. If he gets a couple Lurkers in each location, some at the natural and some at the 3rd base, then this whole strategy, like if Queen stays on mutas, you can kind of still fight against it by rushing up to vessels. Here, it's like he's basically, by making Lurkers, forcing Leda to most likely get a base, right?
Yeah.
Like, you could try something like get siege tanks in 1 vessel, but now we're really playing with fire, you know? Like, you do not have a whole lot of options here. Like, if the mutas pick off a tank, you're going to lose.
Okay, the Marines are coming out. Yeah, Lurkers are going to lock the Terran out of being able to win. Now, hold position Lurkers is a real threat until vessels come in. It's one of the reasons why we see the mutas on this side of the Marines, is to try to intercept vessels, as well as stray Marines and anything else you can get. But also, if you just have enough Lurkers in a narrow area, you cannot attack into them at all with Marines. I'm sorry, Joseph, you seem really surprised. Did you see something?
I just saw a second eBay.
Oh, what? No.
That is the weirdest thing
That doesn't
ever.
make any sense.
2 eBays on 1 base. Okay, so see, this is actually scouting. This scouting Marine. There are so many Lurkers. You can't do anything with Marines here. But yeah, there's hold position Lurkers like you mentioned, which makes this very, very difficult too. I can't believe he has 2 eBays though, Tasteless. This is like so weird. It's so bizarre.
Well, the fact that Zerg is going to be on 3 bases for a while before the second eBay's upgrade would even be a thing.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder what exactly the plan is here.
Well, 2-1 Marines can really wreck Lurkers, but when you get to a certain mass of Lurkers, Marines don't do anything anymore.
Yeah, the Lurkers are just superior and will just kill everything.
Like, look how many he's getting. If you have all those burrowed together, you need like 6 groups of Marines to even have a chance against that. And they'd have to be perfectly spread.
His army would look like it's going to run through a wood chipper.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what he does here as far as micro goes. Okay, stim and engage. Okay, he saves the vessel. You lose that vessel, you may as well. Well,
what you guys don't see is that we have electrodes hooked up to our toes as nipples, so whenever the vessel's about to die, he goes,
yeah. I know how important that one vessel is right now. It's like, it's everything for him, man. He cannot lose it.
He's got another attack coming in here now.
Oh, gosh. This is not going to go well.
Yeah, this is why you need expansions in the game. GG. Okay.
Yeah, this is actually what I expected. Basically, was just something completely off the wall from Leda. Because realistically, you look at this group, you don't think you're going to beat Queen. You think you got to practice TBT. So just bring a cheese against Queen. I think everyone should be cheesing Queen the whole night. Because Zerg is a little bit cheesable. You can bring stuff like this. Hey, he busted the Sunks, right?
Zerg is, I think, quite a cheesable race.
Yeah, early game, they can be very fragile.
Both Terran and Protoss, there's some dirty tricks you can do.
Yeah.
Well, I like what Leda did, but I mean, you know, this is also a sign of where everybody views Queen right now. The fact that everybody is just trying to pull the rug out from under him instead of playing a game. That's how good he is. That's how scary he is. So Queen will go on to the winner's match. And up next, we have a TBT, one of many tonight, JYJ versus Rush.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 됐어.
미안해, 로우나. 화났어? 미안해. 내가 해줄게. 잠깐, 내가 누르면 안 돼. 누르면 안 돼, 지금. 자, 경쾌하게 무슨 소리야.
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
핫식스!
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게, 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
Hey, see that AfreecaTV guy over there on the right? See that black eye he's got? That's Leda right now, man.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is.
Don't bring a 1999 build to a 2020 fight, is what I say.
Yeah. If he was close spawns, he might have gotten the hatch, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, he could have won in close spawns. It was such an unpredicted build. I think it was a fine choice, to be honest, even though it's like kind of a dummy build where it's like, well, this is so bad that it's good. So yeah, we're going into our next game. It's going to be JYJ against Rush. TBT on this map. Of course, the TBT, there's a lot of rock, paper, scissors in the early game with your opening strategy choice and spawn location compared to your opponent, like how quickly you make your command center and everything that we'll get into. But yeah, it's best of one. And honestly, you know, we were talking about who's going to get out. I think Rush is the second best player in this group by far.
Yeah, I think Rush is. I mean, JYJ may surprise us. I don't know, but I do feel like Rush is just overall.
Yeah. Well, let me finish here.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I actually think JYJ is going to get out of the group with Queen because. Well, you can even see the stats here of Rush in TVT, 30% win rate. This is his weakest matchup by far. It's not even close. Like, his TVP and TVZ are so excellent.
Yeah.
And then his TVT is oftentimes what really holds him back, in my opinion. This is not a guy that I watched for TVT at all.
So I want to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Because that's a little bit odd. Normally, you have a player that's good at, like, one of the matchups, but the mirror matchup's usually okay. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you don't normally have like a Protoss player that just can't win PvP but wins PvT and PvZ. You don't normally have a Zerg player that can't win ZVZ but wins ZVP and ZVT. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think back. Actually, we'll hold the thought. Let's go to Shakura's Temple for Game 2, and then we'll talk more about that in a little bit.
게임 준비 완료. 샤크로스 템플에서 게임을 시작합니다.
So in the top left, we have JYJ. And in the bottom right, we have Rush. So go ahead with what you were saying about.
I might be wrong,
bad matchup.
and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I feel like it's certainly more unusual to have a player who really struggles in his mirror matchup, but dominates in the other two matchups, especially if we're going to put Rush as maybe the third or fourth best Terran there is. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I understand.
Usually when you get to the higher levels, you always have a player that's good at the mirror matchup. Am I wrong about that? I feel like that is correct.
Okay, I think that's definitely correct for Protoss and Zerg, but I think Terran is a little bit different because a lot of TVP and TVZ is slick execution and being fast and macroing well and things.
And I guess being good with your units.
Yeah.
You got to be good with Dragoons and Shuttles and Reavers and PvP. You got to be good with Mutas and Lings, ZVZ.
Well, I'm talking specifically here about Terran, about how there's like, if you're good at TVP and you're good at TVZ, a lot of this is speed, execution, that type of thing. TVT, there are aspects of it that use speed, there are aspects of it that use execution. But overall, once you start getting up to a high number of units, it becomes almost purely strategical. Where it's like, it's about knowing what to do and where to put your units. It's like a game of Go, right? This isn't a game of tennis. So there actually are a lot of Terran players that can struggle in TVT because it is so deeply strategic. Like I mentioned, I don't view Light, like Light's better than other players' TVT, but it's not like his strong suit. His other two matchups are way better than his TVT in my opinion. This guy, Rush as well, right? Whereas you get Sharp, who actually isn't as good at macro as the other top Terrans, but his TVT, he's like one of the only Terrans that can actually beat Flash in TVT.
Yeah.
Because it's like very, very strategic, which is something he's a little bit stronger at, I think, overall. So
yeah, TVT is kind of crazy. It is by far the longest matchup. PvT can occasionally go longer than a TVT, but PvT also can just end right away.
Yeah.
Protoss can cheese out the Terran in a variety of ways, or Terran does like a 2-factory rush and just runs the Protoss over. There's definitely short PvTs. There can be short TVTs, but it seems like the better you get, the less likely that is to happen. Only Flash ever seemed to have modern short TVTs.
He's the only guy that can actually kill people.
Yeah.
Like, he will actually just tear your limbs off while you're playing TVT. It doesn't even make sense when we watch him TVT. Because he'll just, like, he'll be like, oh, you know, you'll have the same amount of units as Flash, and then he just walks across the map and kills you, and no one's learned anything. But yeah, in TVT, it gets really hard to kill each other because siege tanks just give such a defender's advantage and kill other siege tanks so easily.
Yeah, and I want to expand on that a little bit here. The siege tank is, first of all, it's one of the best units in the game. I mean, its presence in any matchup completely sculpts the way that the game has to be approached. But in TVT, the fact that both sides are getting siege tanks really causes a unique situation in that you pretty much can't attack into siege tanks, especially early on in the game, and expect to come out trading well. And that's first of all because the siege tank has insane range. It does splash damage. And siege tanks also don't die very quickly in TVT. You know, I mean, they
die when they're hit by other siege tanks
Correct.
in siege mode.
Correct. But the siege tank splash damage is the thing that basically forces the entire way the matchup is approached to be one of position and defense. Most StarCraft games, actually, let me say this like a different way. Most StarCraft matchups, you can look at who has what base, and then, you know, how hard is that base to attack into, and you have a pretty good idea of where the game is. TVT, a lot of times it's about who has more of the center, who has more drop ships and positions where they can hit weak spots. It is very much like a chess game or a game of Go, where it is very much so about positional play and controlling the map and trying to cause your opponent to trade inefficiently once you get them surrounded. Once you have a surround, your job is to keep the surround and capitalize on it. Their job is to try to break out of it. A lot of times, when you get in the winning position, you have to steer the game into, have them steer the game into the ground. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, trust me, it makes perfect sense for me. It's a good analysis. So let me recap what we've seen in this early game real quick. Rush did a gasless expansion, a quicker expansion, and thus got a slight build order advantage against JYJ, especially considering they're cross-map from each other. So basically, it's unpunishable. There was nothing that JYJ could do after they've scouted each other that could allow JYJ to do damage. So Rush got the early economic lead in that way. Now, JYJ rushed up into mines to just lay some mines around. Those are mostly scouting mines, but of course can inhibit army movement. At the same time, Rush is going to Starport Wraith after his fast expansion, which is a pretty common opener, but he split the Starports up so that it's harder to scout. So you don't actually know here for sure if it's 2 Starport Wraith or 1 Starport Wraith as JYJ.
Yeah, and this is a very good decision here, especially if it goes undetected, and it looks like the barracks is just going to be pushed out, and it's leaving in a direction where he's not going to have the intel. In fact, seeing 1 Starport might even be misleading. Now, how does massing vultures like this affect the matchup?
Well,
against the 2-port Wraith, assuming that in this case he doesn't know that the other guy is going 2-port Wraith. What is the purple player's position psychologically like right now?
I think you're okay. You're laying mines, like he has the map control right now, and he has tons of vision, which is really nice. And the fact that he scouted Wraiths before they got into his base is really, really valuable. We saw that before the barracks died, he already has 3 factories, and he already has an academy started. So he's getting the tools that he needs. That being said, I feel like you do need, against a dedicated 2-port Wraith, I feel like you do, in fact, need an engineering base, so we'll see how quickly he gets that, probably once he sees 2 Starport Wraith. But definitely we'll see Rush pick off a decent amount of SCVs here, and he already should have a slight SCV lead. So that's going to be really good, but it's not the end of the world. It's really hard to kill someone in TVT.
Yeah.
So
another feature with Wraiths is that even though they can cloak and they're fast and their air-to-air is devastating, their air-to-ground doesn't kill stuff very fast.
Yeah.
Is it 9 Wraith shots to kill an SCV? Is that
8.
correct? 8, okay.
8.
So you can see already, and by the way, if a Wraith gets in a fight with pretty much any unit that can hit it, it usually loses.
Yeah.
Maybe not 1 Marine, but I mean, even like,
true.
2 or 3 Marines, it's like, whoa,
it loses
watch out.
it loses to everything pretty much.
So it's a unit that it never fights straight up. It has to rely on cloak. And that's why the moment that a scan comes down, you have to run.
Pretty much. And we see he has lost 1, but that's both the scans. He's killed a decent amount of SCVs, and we saw the E-base start as soon as he saw that there were more Wraiths, which means 2-port. But the Wraiths are kind of doing their job, right? I think they've done all right so far. We'll see how many he makes, though. It seems like he's stopping at about 3. So these Wraiths were more to force JYJ to counter. And he got his factories up a little bit quicker because of that.
One thing about mines as well in TVT, Almost all the Terran units can shoot. That is so funny.
Oh!
This actually. Okay, hold on.
Oh!
Let me go back a second. All the Terran units fire fast enough. Vultures sometimes not so fast, but they also don't trigger mines. So that's kind of a funny thing in of itself. But most of the units, like tanks, Goliaths, Marines, can shoot mines down as they pop up. Now, in that case, the mine was on the high ground. They were on the low ground and got a lot of missing shots.
They missed so many shots
Yeah,
there.
so it actually connected. But mines in clusters can pop up in such high numbers that they cannot be shot down.
Okay, we just missed like 6 shots on that mine too. Getting his bad RNG out of the way right now, I guess, Rush is. But yeah, the minefields you have to be really careful about. JYJ has done some great positioning here. He's moving into a nice spot as well. He's being kind of aggressive. You see one of the mines did hit. Mines do a huge amount of damage to tanks. And look at this position from JYJ. Oh my god. So JYJ, oh, that's a very late siege, and Rush, I think, is going to be able to hold on against this.
Yeah, really good control here. But he's starting to get boxed in.
Yeah, that was...
oh, I didn't even notice these vultures over here. Yeah, he's going to have these vultures come in and start to shoot down SCVs. Keep in mind, it's 2 base versus 2 base, so if you actually manage to get over to where the workers are, there's a lot of fresh kills you can get.
Yeah, we saw JYJ kind of over-pushed himself there and was very slow on the siege and kind of like spread out a little bit poorly there, honestly. So he loses a lot of his units. That was a good engagement for Rush overall, and just the fact that he had some vultures across the map slowing down is nice too. But look at this, now Rush is kind of out in the open, sieging up with like 4 tanks. And you
JYJ is rolling him here. That's a lot of tank kills he got. I was more worried. It's funny because he was getting contained there, but it's like he's actually stuffed inside. So most of his army was stuffed inside the base, so the rest of those tanks got picked off pretty easily.
Yeah, and he's kind of making a 3rd command center on location over there. It can be a little bit dangerous, but if he gets away with it, great.
This is a funny moment. Right now, JYJ is making his own raids, and sometimes this is a great way to counter a player who went raids earlier.
Yeah.
Is you just surprise them with their own. Because right now it's all tanks and vultures. There's already Goliaths out here for JYJ. He preempted this on some level, but also, you know, the Wraiths are never going to attack into even 4 Goliaths. That can kill probably 100,000 Wraiths.
It feels like that. But yeah, like basically if you open with 2 Starport Wraith, you'll go into mass tank Vulture after that because simply your opponent is not going to have air. So yeah, that switch definitely could end up helping him out. But look at this. You see Rush kind of pushing up this ramp against overwhelming forces. And this kind of, I think, shows what I was talking about, where his TVT just isn't quite as sharp as his other matchups.
To be honest, it's kind of surprising how much he's getting dominated here by JYJ. We talked about this being a matchup that is usually pretty long because it's hard to kill the other side.
Yeah.
JYJ is just smashing him.
Yeah, and it's funny too because Rush actually got good positions and a good opener.
Yeah.
And then he did something kind of funny, only making 3 Wraiths. A lot of times with 2-port you make more than 3 because their first 2 scans get used up while they're trying to get up turrets. But then if you continue to make Wraiths, they can't really move out on the map, right? Because they don't really have the scans.
Right.
Instead, he just stopped. He got into his factory production. JYJ moved out immediately, got position on him, and has just been macroing well. You know, he's dominating that high ground. And when you have a high ground, like, tanks already can't attack into tanks. But on high ground, like, literally you can't.
Yeah, no, it's...
You try to, and the game crashes.
Yeah. So the position we're in now, we have a JYJ taking an extra base, and Rush has to break the contain or get another position here. If you want to imagine this as like a UFC fight, right now, Rush is actually being choked out.
He is.
He needs to get out of the chokehold, you know, and you know, unlike that taking, you know, a few seconds before, you know, we know where it goes, it'll take many more minutes. But right now, he's running out of oxygen. And if he can't get out on the map, he cannot win the game. And so we're seeing the beginnings, an attempt at that at least.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely a very clean and nice game from JYJ. He only had that one somewhat poor engagement.
Whoa,
Other than that,
whoa.
Yeah, that's a lot of death right there, isn't it?
The problem is once you start to limit their tank count, you have more and more tanks. The siege mode does such a devastating amount of damage. I may be incorrect, but I think JYJ may be finishing +2 slightly earlier as well.
Oh, he might be.
He got his armory earlier in this game than Rush did.
That is true.
+2 attack on a tank means the tanks two-shot other tanks.
Yeah.
I actually got a question about that. Is there an armor amount where
you can have +3 armor.
+3 armor? Okay.
He's still two-shot.
All right, well, that answers that. So, yeah, the most devastating upgrade in almost any matchup is +2 attack on mech units in TVT because of Siege Tank Splash.
Yeah, no, it's so important. Wow, walks into a mine there and loses a bunch of tanks, but he's already done so much damage. He has such control right now.
I wish there was a better way for us as spectators to see which mines are whose here.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I have a hard time.
Cool.
No. All right, GG, Rush crushed in, frankly, a very short TVT. I think it showed that both J was very strong in that matchup, and Rush is very weak. And I'll tell you what, man, I don't care how good you think Rush is. You have to be good at all 3 matchups to win a tournament.
Or you have to get pretty lucky on who you're hitting against the way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, at some point in time, and I think JYJ, there's no shame in losing to him, but for as good as Rush is, TVZ, I mean, you have to be good at TVT, especially when players like Flash and Light are so dominant. You know, you will eventually have to deal with this matchup.
Yeah. If you can't beat them in TVT, then how are you going to win a tournament?
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, JYJ, he's a pretty good TVTer, so that's kind of why I was saying I think he'll get out in second after Queen. He showed a nice game there. And now, Tasis, we get into the beautiful part of this day, which is best of 3s for the rest of the night.
Well, finally, I think we got to get to the best of 3s, man. It's going to be good, man. Queen versus JYJ is coming up next, guys. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
명훈이의 프로필을 업데이트하는 시간을 좀 가져볼게요. 신체 기록 163cm에 50kg, 163cm에 50kg.
이건 아니지. 이거는 가운데 숫자가 틀렸네. 173.
가운데 숫자?
아니 가운데. 아니 말고 키에서 가운데요. 키에서 가운데. 163이 아니라 173.
그래?
그렇지.
명훈이랑 나랑 친한데?
이렇게
명훈이랑 나랑 친한데. 알았어. 친하니까 해줄게. 아유, 남자 키가 뭐가 중요해. 우승하는 게 중요하지.
하긴 뭐 얼굴이 더 중요하지 뭐. 얼굴이 더 중요하지 뭐.
얼굴이 중요하면 안 되는 거 아니야, 명훈? 별명 하나 있지 않아?
뭐?
누구 닮았다는 별명이 하나 있었는데 누구?
송은이?
나 송은이.
왜 이렇게 좋아해? 내가 송은이 닮은 거보다 김태경이 박미선 씨 더 닮았다니까.
16강에 못 올라온 선수 언급을 하면 어떡해.
그런가?
이런 것 때문에 민철이가 너 싫어하는 거야.
그런가?
옹진 인터뷰 대표 위드 김민철. 민철이는 생각이 없으니까 읽을 수가 없다. 왜 이렇게 민철이랑 아웅다웅하는 거야 도대체?
욕하고 해도 저한테 뭐라 안 하거든요. 그래가지고 그냥 만만하니까.
민철이 인터뷰가 되게 전설처럼 돌아다니더라고.
어떤
김명훈 같은 어른은 되지 말아야지. 김명훈한텐 배운 게 없다. 들어본 적 있지?
있는데 그래도
민철이다. 민철이다. 민철이가 너를
민철이가 보이네. 진짜. 아니 근데 그래도 민철이가 나처럼 살았으면 그래도 지금처럼 힘들진 않았을 텐데.
나빴다. 진짜 나빴다.
나처럼 살아라 민철아.
김명훈 땡땡 김민철 잘못 살아 약간 이런 느낌이야.
잘못 살았어. 헛살았어요.
자 이거 있지 ASL 9회
지금도 아쉬운 게 무관중이라서 사람들이 하는 게 내가 무관중이라서 잘했다는 얘기가 있어가지고 이번에도 꼭 우승해가지고 내 친구 현경이 많이 봤으면 좋겠다. 계속 이겨가지고.
썸네일도 필요하면 언제든지 와.
오케이.
자 프로필상 신체 기록 167cm 78kg.
아니지.
솔직히 이건 모르겠는데 이건
이거 아니지. 키가 얼마나 큰데. 10이랑 1년 바꾸죠.
176?
김학수라는 친구가 그거 나무 위키인가 어디 가가지고 키를 조금씩 줄여요. 사람들이 인식도 못하게 조금씩 줄여서 이거 모르다.
너무 한 번에 줄이면 피나니까.
시간이 나니까.
이 정도 관심이면 사랑인데? 몸무게는?
몸무게는
밝히고 싶지 않으면 밝히고 싶지 않아도 돼.
안 밝히면 되나. 70kg? 왜
자기지 않은 걸로 하자. 오케이. 자, 다음. 자신과 가장 잘 어울리는 단어는 완전 멋지다. 이거 뭐 초등학교 6학년 때 쓴 거야?
20살.
완전
그냥 내 자신에게 그냥 자신감을 심어주기 위해서 나는 선택했지.
굳이 더 안 심어줘도 될 것 같은데 지금 막 외모는
그러니까 여러 가지를 표현하는 여러 가지 전체를 표현하는 거야.
화를 내네. 알았어. 자, 특이상 물 신상 물 마시는데 술 마시는 리액션.
한잔해.
동명 맞아? 혹시 여기 7번 아니야? 지금? 어때? 지금 목표하는 거 어디까지야?
내가 지금 목표하는 건 4강까지 됐어.
4강. 그 4강 진출 딱 확정됐다. 생각하고 있는 세레모니 있어.
덤블링 한번 해야지.
와,
나의
대박이다 진짜.
바람
와.
기대자.
기대할게 이번 시즌. 화이팅! 영규 축하한다. 난 오늘 솔직히 영재가 울 줄 알았어. 또 울 줄 알았다. 그 영상이 잊을만 하면 돌아다니고 잊을만 하면 돌아다니고.
아주 감사한 마음으로 그때 캡처해주신 분한테 되게 감사한 마음으로
이게 좀 뭔가 캐릭터를 만들어준 거에 대한
유일하게 협력 시절 때 있었던 하나입니다.
이걸 정말 제대로 딱 정영재 걸로 붙이려면 이번 시즌 한 번도 울었는 것 같아.
딱 이제 우승하고 울면은
그림 나오지. 조지명식에서 또 원하는 조를.
약간 사냥하는 느낌이라서 저 운전은 안 나오지 않을까. 먼저 올라간 분도 만만치 않은 사격감이라서.
심상문 선수한테 한마디 해줘. 욕했다면서. 또 만날 수도 있으니까 이번 시즌.
만나기 싫어요.
만나기 싫어?
오히려 만나기 싫어요.
정영재가 사냥을 당할 것인지 사냥을 할 것인지 나는 기대하는 마음을 한번 지켜볼게.
감사합니다.
나 좀 서운해.
왜?
나 왜 결혼식 때 안 불렀어? 아니, 다른 선수가 나한테 물어본 거 알아. 왜 결혼식 안 왔냐고? 안 부르는데 어떻게 가?
부르고 싶은데 또 바쁠까봐.
됐어. 자, 결혼은 언제 했지 그러면?
5월 2일.
이게 어떻게 보면 유영진의 터닝 포인트. 별명으로 넘어가서 조금 더 이야기. 시찬 6다리는 참 좀 안타까워.
슬픈.
반찬은 10가지인데 시청자가 6명이다. 6명이라고도 하더라고. 그 6명의 열혈 팬들을. 지금도 꾸준히 좋은 관계 유지하고 있어? 안 와? 그래도 이번에 다시 돌아올 수도 있어. 이번 기회에. 그러면 6명 팬들에게
근데 이제 돌아와. 많이 놀았잖아, 밖에서. 다시 돌아와.
기다리고 있을게.
기다리고 있을게.
자, 다음 별명은 유영사야. 근데 이 유영사의 뜻이 지금은 좀 바뀌었어. 사기다. 어떻게 저렇게 잘할 수 있냐. 약간 이런 의미로 바뀌었잖아.
그치.
표정 봐. 맞아. 요즘 별명도 유영호도 있더라고. 육영호도 있더라고. 마치 이영호를 보는 것 같다. 어떤 별명이 좀 마음에 들어?
가장 좋은 거는 유영호 소리 듣는 거긴 하지.
영진이의 커리어 하이를 좀 기대해 보면서 우리 파이팅 한번 해볼까? 자, 하나, 둘, 셋, 파이팅!
Artosis on guitar, Tasteless on the drums.
That's how.
Yeah.
I actually feel more like you'd be the front man on the guitar and I'd be the drummer.
I think you'd be on the synth, if we had to be totally honest. You'd be playing this instrument right now.
Which takes more skill though? That's probably the one.
Probably the drums.
The drum. Yeah. See,
that's why neither of us are on them.
All right. So it's best of 3 time. It's going to be JYJ going up against Queen. Queen is favored, but JYJ is a very solid up-and-coming Terran. He is very good. He has a lot of builds. He knows how to play it. Optimizer is going to be game 1. All right, let's just
hop
do it.
into it. JYJ versus Queen. A best of 3 finally. Our first one here for this season. Let's go.
옵티마이저에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Okay, so it's Queen in the lower left corner and JYJ in the upper right. This is a funny looking map. It always looks like an hourglass to me. So I don't know TVZ on this map that well at all. I mean, is there a race that clearly has some kind of advantage at a point in time in the game?
Yeah, I think it's overall a better map for Zerg.
Okay.
I expect a tech build from JYJ, whether that's going to be mech or that's going to be maybe a Valkyrie rush or a 1-1-1. It's hard to say, but yeah, I definitely do not expect SK Terran on this map. Obviously, you see, you know, there's all sorts of little things like outside of your natural, you can mine those minerals or hop a drone, SCV, whatever, and go take another base there. That's really hard to attack.
What about having 2 gas geysers here? What is that like in the early game?
Well, in the very early game, I don't think it really does anything, right? But the thing is, you have to keep in mind, basically, okay, so here's the quick guide to maps for TVZ and SK Terran. SK Terran being Marine Medic, right? Marine Medic-centric strategies. If Zerg ever gets 4 gas, you're done. Like, the game is not lasting much longer if they have 4 gas. Like, you have to basically kill them then before they get out of control. Because at 4 gas, that's where they can make everything that kills Marines, which is Defilers and Ultras. They have enough to do all of that, have Scourge for drops, etc. So that's where you can't let them get. Now, here's another thing. You can't deny a 3rd base with SK, or with anything. If Zerg wants a 3rd base, they get a 3rd base. That's how it goes, because 2-hatch builds can just take a 3rd base. So basically, when you put that all together, that makes this map unplayable for Marine Medic, because they will just have 4 gases, and you can't break them with the Marines, and they have stuff that kills Marines. So yeah, there you go. The quick and dirty and easy guide.
Yeah, this is, it's funny because a lot of the matchups in the game are sort of centered around having enough gases.
Yeah,
you know, you need to have a certain amount. As an example, PvT, not like that. You don't, gas isn't the most important thing in the game. You just need bases.
Even from the Terran side, you can live on 2 gas for a pretty long time.
Yeah, yeah, and
not forever,
I think
but a long time.
TV. Hold on, wait. ZVP is another example. It's not gas reliant. It's much more about bases. But then there's matchups where you absolutely need gas, like a Protoss versus Zerg, right?
Yeah.
You need Templars.
Protoss versus Zerg and Zerg versus Terran, I think, are the 2 heaviest gas-reliant matchups.
Yeah, and I don't know how it works. I guess for TVT it doesn't matter because you're on symmetrical maps
anyway,
you just make do with what you get, right?
Yeah, gas is generally better.
And ZVZ, gas is a dependent thing, but we don't really have maps, I think, where the natural is mineral only anymore.
No.
Right?
The last one was
nostalgia, right?
Yeah. Which no one has nostalgia for because it was
more like PTSD from that bad experience.
But yeah, this is one of the matchups. The thing is, if you're going for a tech build, then the 4th gas doesn't matter as much, right? Like, for instance, if you're going for mech, you don't care so much if they have 4 gases because Ultra Defiler isn't just going to kill you.
Right.
In fact, you hope that they go Ultra Defiler because then your siege tanks will kill everything. Obviously, the gas can still be very helpful, but yeah, it's specifically just to the bio openers that I'm talking about with that. But JYJ, obviously, he's going for a tech build. We don't know yet. It looks to me like it's the Goliath build because I don't see a starport.
Now, having an extra gas right away, I would imagine, even though the Goliath build is very mineral heavy, right? Does this allow you any kind of edge, having an extra gas available right away?
Yeah. No, that definitely can help because you only need to correctly execute like a 2-base all-in Goliath build. You only need 2 gases.
Can you get a second armory more quickly then?
Yes. You can play a macro-oriented Goliath build, a macro-oriented mech build in general. Because on 2 gases, it's pretty difficult to afford your siege tanks, plus if you want like vessels or something. and Goliaths and all those upgrades in the science facility, like you can't really afford all that. So you have to, it puts a lot of pressure on Terran to actually secure a third gas. And when you're having a wonky time securing a third gas, a lot of things can go wrong. They can do a mass drop on you, they can go queens, they can do all sorts of things against your mech. But having this here, he can basically defend everything and then just, you know, upgrade as well.
So with this build, and I've mentioned this in other casts, but I think if you're learning TVZ, I think this is one of the better builds to study. Maybe not this game specifically, because it's got this weird feature on the map with the extra gas, but I think it's one of the more straightforward, like you build this stuff and attack at this time, and you can win it at a fairly high level.
Yeah. You know, I've watched some games here, mostly Terran games. I never see the second gas get taken to the main.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. That's just, I don't know. I've mostly seen TVPs on the map, but... And, you know, that's one where I was mentioning you don't necessarily need that gas so quickly. But I want to see what they end up doing with it.
Good catch by Queen to kill the Vulture. Now the Terran has no idea the movement here at all. These Lings are coming across the map pretty quickly here.
It's all right. Goliaths can actually kill Infinity Lings. It's Goliaths are like highly micro-bold. Lings do not kill them easily. They have a base armor and everything.
Yeah, Goliaths are one of the most responsive units in the game, it seems like.
Yeah, they have a wonkiness at turning around to fire in certain situations, but they're very good at micro, especially chase micro.
Yeah.
If they're going to be shooting in the direction they're walking, they are, like, really responsive.
So we have the Mutas out on the map here. Now, it's much harder for Mutas to do any real damage to the Terran when the Goliaths are there. You know, with the range on the missiles, it's just like you get punished if you overextend. And I think the thing about Mutas in this case is that because you can be active with them, you might as well be out seeing if there's anything, you know, exposed on the edge of the map there that you could punish. But yeah, I mean, this is really a game where both players are basically racing against each other as far as production goes.
Yeah.
This is not a game where the Terran is going to do some special harass move and take down a bunch of stuff, or Zerg is going to really come in there with Mutas and actually do a lot of damage.
No, the Mutas can't actually really do anything because of the Goliaths.
Yeah, in fact, they're really going to be used more significantly to try to take on the Goliaths in the big fight when that push comes out.
Yeah, yeah.
So
you
this
can
game,
stand Mutas and do that.
This game basically does have a boiling point here.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, so a fourth base being taken here from Queen, which I think is all right. Going up to 4 facts right now. He might just be doing a very simple build here, which would be like a 1-1. It's kind of like a 5 factory, almost all-in mech build. It's like the easiest thing to do, basically, in this matchup. And that would actually fit for the prediction of, like, the fact that everyone's practicing TBT for the match, because Queen is really strong. I guess we'll see. Decent spread. Queen just kind of poking around the edges.
And this is actually a scouting Muta. He wants to come in here and confirm. And this is actually a great play. He sees, I don't know if he saw the 6th factory, but he did see the 5 there.
Yeah, the 6 facts.
I didn't know you could do 6 factory on one base. Can you?
Yeah, yeah. If you stop producing, you can actually produce out of 7 factories on a slight oversaturation of SCVs.
If you're making Goliaths.
Just mech generals.
Is that right?
Mech units in general.
Oh, okay, so that is the upper limits. Okay, I didn't know that. Cool.
Yeah, 7 facts is the pretty much the max of what you can make.
I love the usage of Burrow.
Yeah, it's really good.
So much about...
People do this against mech a lot now.
It's smart, because so much about engaging a mech is having the right positioning ahead of time.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, it's actually, now that I think about it, it's not totally the same, but there's a similarity in TVT where, you know, splash damage is so devastating. Goliath missiles are so devastating. They're going to do so much damage before the initial, your Zerg army gets shots in there, so you need to have your ground army in a good position to come in along with the Mutas to actually do the damage.
You know, also something to mention, you don't get detection really with mech. Like, it's not that often that you'll see vessels flying around with it. Generally, you're just going to have scans after you have your production up. The scans even come very late, because mech is kind of like a catch-all. You can kind of defend everything, so it's not... that's why sometimes you'll see like these really silly like lurker all-ins against mech, where they either completely kill him because they have no detection, or they completely fail because there's detection.
Yeah.
It's because you just don't get it that often or that much in this with this unit set. So he's got a good amount of tanks. He's got a good amount of Goliaths.
I'm sorry, this is mostly just questions this cast because I'm not familiar with this matchup and this on this map with these builds. But is there a specific place Terran wants to attack? Do you want to go into the natural and try to just mow down the main, or is this about stamping out bases? What exactly is the game plan in cross spawns on this map?
Yeah, so I haven't seen this exact scenario on this map, but generally speaking, you want to go for the main. Mech is generally not about stomping out expands, but instead getting a push that is incredibly hard to stop and going for the kill. It's kind of like very timing oriented, especially if you're not getting the big macro play, which we don't see a third base taken yet. So it really feels like he's pretty much on the 2-base all-in variety, but like a more powered up version of it. Now, this looks like a Hydra counter, but he sees the Hydras coming, which is just gigantic. That is so big for him to see that. So if he just, all he needs to do is stall this slightly. Whoa! This is good for JYJ right now. Yeah, you know what? I think JYJ is going to be able to take this game. Just seeing where those Hydras are, look at how strong his army is right now. My God, he has such a strong army, and in fact, with 6 facts, one round of units is going to stop those Hydras that are up there. So those Hydras aren't going to be in the fight. My God, I think he's just going to roll through Queen.
This is pretty wild.
You're not going to stop this with Hydras. He's got
no, I don't
8
think so.
tanks or something.
Yeah, and I think even this little attempt to cut off reinforcements doesn't matter because this is a juggernaut size army of Terran. I think he's just going to kill Queen.
He doesn't have a hive.
Yeah.
Nothing here is going to stop that.
Name anything in the game that can.
Without defilers, you simply can't stop
They need a Protoss player to run here with Zealots and Dragoons and run that over. Stasis, you stasis, 2 stasis on those tanks, and I kill that no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, but right now is a Zerg with no Dark Swarm? I don't think so. But hold on, here comes Queen now.
Yeah, I don't think this works. No, that's a lot of tanks, man. His Goliaths should not be attacking the Sunks. He should move them back on top of the tanks. But
or should he?
Well, I guess he can fight everything here.
Queen loses game 1. How insane is this?
Yeah. No, this was really well done by JYJ. He postured just right. His build was good. This was pretty much an all-in.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it's kind of funny, right? Because it moves out so late and everything. But we didn't have a science facility at home or a starport, as far as I know. We didn't have a third base taken. So he kind of utilized the map. The fact that he has that third gas, he got up to 6 facts, and that army he made was deadly as can be.
Yeah.
And Queen just he stayed on layer tech and was trying to be sneaky with a counterattack. I think he thought the move out would be quicker, but JYJ hit the critical mass where it's Hydras don't do anything anymore. He's got 10+ siege tanks with 1/1. Hydras don't do anything.
Now, take a look at Queen right now.
Let's go.
This is scary.
Yeah.
There's 2 very good Terran players, and I think there's a high chance Rush actually wins in the losers. Rush is good TVZ.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
Latest dangerous TVZ, at least.
Absolutely, but I think Queen wants to get out of this and wash his hands of the round of 16. We're going to go to the ladder map now. Here, Eclipse, JYJ versus Queen. Again, JYJ crushing with a very unique timing build there. It goes to show you just how strong that Goliath build is. Anyways, let's see what happens in Game 2.
시즌 10 게임 준비 완료. 이클립스에서 게임을 시작합니다.
So it's JYJ in the bottom left and Queen in the top right. This, by the way, I think has turned out to be a very good map for StarCraft.
Eclipse is great.
It's made a lot of the matchups very cool, very interesting. Now, from the way I would look at TVZ here, it does seem though like for the Terran, it's hard to stop a Zerg from taking a third and a fourth.
Yeah.
Is that correct? I mean, you have this third base very close to you that's... We should come up with a term with this, really. I think of them as nook expansions. Like, it's a little tiny...
Small
closet,
base.
tiny...
One ramp.
Yeah, and usually a small ramp. And it's just like... for pretty much all the matchups, it's kind of a nightmare to get up.
Yes.
The ramp in there. I mean, it could be a PvT.
It's always the hardest thing to
Protoss.
kill.
It's the hardest thing to kill.
Yeah.
Fighting Spirit, as an example for the uninitiated guys. On Fighting Spirit, 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, Nook expansions. It's just hard to get stuff in there.
Yeah.
And so what's funny about this map is there are plenty of Nook expansions, more than enough in a TVZ. The upper left, I think the Zerg would have a hard time controlling. I don't think the upper left side of the map plays as much of a factor in this matchup as it does in some of the other matchups.
Sometimes you see Zergs try to take that. But yeah, it's not as much. It's definitely much more dangerous to try to take top left. But if you hold it, it's 4 gases.
Right, if you hold it.
Yeah, that's the big question.
But the fact that there's a very close Nook expansion for the Zerg on this map by his base, and then there's 2 Nook expos in the bottom right. Both of which, if Zerg gets lurkers up there and a sunken colony, it's just hard to imagine Terran pushing it, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if they get those up, well, first off, like I mentioned before, right, these 2 hatch openers that Zerg has, you can't deny third bases. Like, there can be some snipe builds where you're like, my only goal is to not deny the third, but those just generally, that's some sort of weird, like, all-in-ish type play. But yeah, since they always get the third, it becomes about, okay, what do we do to stop the fourth? Here it looks like JYJ is going to be going, he's going for probably a bio play here. He's just gone for the quick command center off of a single depot, so very, very quick there. Queen doing a bit of harassment. Not going to get too much done. But
is an SCV and a drone the same size?
I believe an SCV is a little bit bigger,
Okay,
actually.
that would make sense, because we saw a drone go by the blocking drone, but an SCV did not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not 100% on that, but I think SCVs are technically a little bit bigger. Wow, that was a SCV kill. All right, that was really nice.
Yeah.
But by the way, there's a third hatch. So that's really interesting to me because, in my opinion, this is very much a 2-hatch map, right? When you take 3-hatch, it's like, well, you're slowing the game down and actually allowing Terran to get map control sometimes with certain builds. So we'll see how he goes with that. Now JYJ, okay, he looks like he's going to go for a 5 barracks +1 build. This is basically something that's dedicated to denying third bases. So when I was saying that third bases are free, that's based on having a 2-hatchery opening as Zerg, because your tech comes out really quickly, you get Mutalisks out, and through the Mutalisks and Zerglings that you have so early, you can secure a third base. Here, because it's 3-hatchery, the Mutalisks come out significantly later, which allows Terran to start a +1 upgrade and get 5 barracks up before missile turrets. So they basically get all their stuff started and then defend, which allows them to move out on the map a lot quicker and apply way more pressure.
It's funny.
Because this build was so strong, by the way, one more thing, Tasteless. Because the 5 barracks +1 got so strong, and it was kind of Flash pushing this forward years ago, that's a big part of why 3-hatchery play kind of dried up. It's a big part of it, I think.
It is fascinating. Just a little subtle thing here. How good Queen is with using the drones to keep the SCV from scouting.
Yeah.
Because, the drones do have a range attack. But just using him to almost like a little zoner to keep the SCV out. It's very impressive. Excuse me. So we've got the den coming down here.
Yeah, that makes it much more interesting. So a lot of what I was just saying
that seems much earlier than expected for a Hydralisk den. I thought we were going to be on Ling Muta for a little bit. So is this something that maybe JYJ won't be expecting?
Yeah, you don't generally expect any sort of lurker opener, because lurkers first, if you can figure out that it's happening, you can kind of take control. It's really hard for lurkers to actually do anything against bio if you know where the lurkers are. So generally, mutas are like the more solid, more standard opener. But here, like, we have a few different things that could occur. Like, the way his Hydras are moving right now, tell me that he might sneak these around and try to do some sort of aggressive play. But another thing you can do in a situation like this is just put 2 lurker eggs at the third, put 2 at your natural, and, you know, 5 racks plus 1 isn't going to break that.
Yeah, you're basically preparing to stop exactly what they want to do. And this will propel the Zerg into mid-game. Now, maybe it's something different. Maybe he's going to send all 4 of these soon-to-be lurkers down here.
What is... Yeah, he's hiding him in a really funny spot.
Yeah, you're just not going to look there.
Yeah, and you see the scan. He's kind of hedging bets where he's scanning, because when they have 3 hatch, there's 3 locations. The scan is exactly as big as the hatch and the creep that's around it.
Right.
So you can't guarantee scouting their tech.
Right.
Based
there's
on
an
his
odds
scan,
game you're playing there.
He'll probably start... I wouldn't be surprised if he starts turrets. Unless he's already read this.
The thing is, if Terran starts to push out, like you oftentimes see against Muta play, the lurkers can just run into the main. I mean, this is actually one of the funnier ways that Zergs can just beat the Terran.
Yeah, Zerg...
A lot of times, Zergs, if they can just run by something, they win the game. Okay, so I think
he knows it's lurker. He definitely knows.
You know what?
He doesn't have turrets, and he only went 4 barracks, which is exactly how you would adjust if you knew it was lurker.
All right.
Well, this could have been a mistake, actually.
Yeah, I think he actually didn't handle this right.
Oh my God, the bunker finished as well.
I think actually Queen could have won this.
My God. Smashed.
He could have, I think, won that had he not tried to do the fancy footwork with the burrow to bait them in there. I think you just run in there, kill everything that's over on that side with the bunker, and then kill everything coming down to try to fight. I think JYJ is going to advance out of this group.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons why mutas are generally teched into and lurkers are the kind of unconventional approach is that if the lurkers don't do what they need to do, the Terran has really seized control of the game.
Yeah, and like, look at this, right? He hasn't had to make a single turret. I'm not sure how or when he figured out that this was lurker, but there was something done where he read it correctly.
He had some kind of a read on this.
Yeah.
And by the way, just a Queen's Nest about to finish here. Terran will probably want to try to end the game before the Hive tech, like Defiler Mount, comes up. And I think you can end it against just lurker.
Yeah, it's possible, especially once he killed that first push, right? Now, this, I mean, we're going to get a Nidus up here for Queen, and he does have 3 bases and lurkers, so it's definitely possible that he holds on. Siege tanks are being made. This is where it gets a little bit tricky, right? It's a while until the vessel comes out. If you try to wait for the vessel to push, the odds that he gets Darkstorm down before he loses a base go up dramatically.
Yeah.
Now, if you try to get across the map, you don't have enough scans to scan everything. So you have to kind of be like, okay, where are the hold position lurkers if they are here?
Yeah.
It looks to me, though, I think he'll wait for the vessel.
I think that's probably
you don't want to throw
the
this
right
lead
play, right?
have.
I mean, if you're Zerg, literally one of the only aces up your sleeve is hold position lurker.
Yeah.
Do you remember when hold position lurker was first discovered? It was insane.
Yes, I remember very well.
Just so you guys know,
it changed the entire game because you had to have vessels before you could move.
Yeah, it was suddenly like, oh, you can't rely on the lurkers just attacking to show you where they're at. And a lot of people that come to my stream are actually somewhat new to StarCraft. Hold position lurkers you can do by grabbing a lurker that's broed and then let's say an overlord, for instance, and hitting hold position on both.
Yeah.
And those 2 units together, that will stop the lurker from attacking.
Yeah.
And that's one of the best bugs that actually enhance the game.
Yeah.
And then you just manually tell them to attack. And so basically you can do a devastating amount of damage. And this is quite different from like Allied Mines, which was the kind of one of the first versions of this where you could actually just ally the player inside the menu.
Yeah.
And then just unally them when they're over your mines.
All right.
Allied Mines ban, hold position lurkers not banned. Sorry, go ahead.
That's right. So he's pushed out as far as he can without the vessel. The vessel is coming. It looks like a big counterattack is being prepared. Wow. Oh, yeah, you cannot lose that. Okay, so this counterattack, he's probably going to have to turn around, I think. Oh,
Yeah.
he actually catches a big chunk of the lurkers there.
Yeah, and he's got enough lurkers he can run back here and basically defend. And Queen might actually Hail Mary this.
Well, when you get burrowed in the natural, it is very, very strong. It looks like he's going to lose a lot of SCVs.
But this push has to be dealt with as well.
JYJ is going for a kill.
JYJ may very well lose his natural, but hold on. Oh, this vessel!
Ooh, if he had lost the vessel, then this would have been a game for his opponent.
Yeah, so he just needs to keep pushing here. Now the natural, okay, he's going to go back and try to, sandwich this attack.
He needs to get in here before Dark Swarm is up. That's basically the time limit.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to kill the Nat.
What did he get? Oh, he got a lurker? Okay, I thought. Yeah, if he kills the natural. By the way, Terran reclaims his natural.
It looks like some lurkers in between. He might do a giant flanking play.
That's every lurker's so precious. Bad control group there. Now there's an army that's blind moving across the map, but there are no hold position lurkers here. So it will be able to reinforce with the rest of the army.
Oh, he's getting in here. He needs to kill this hatchery before that Defiler ruins his party. He has to kill it. Oh my god, he's not going to get it. He's not going to get it, Tasteless.
Unreal.
He was just a little bit slow pushing in.
But he's backed up pretty nicely here. He needs to turn that tank around. Now, I wonder if some of this goes back to him irradiating that one lurker. That was a needless play. I think he should have hung on to the irradiate.
Honestly,
for something that actually mattered, i.e. the Defiler. I think we actually would already be going to the next round. Oh, hold up, hold up, hold up! A naked Nook base here.
As third is... Oh my god, look at this. I mean, there's just units absolutely everywhere here.
Oh my god!
Keeps that vessel alive some way, somehow, but that allows the lurkers to get a lot of extra hits. It's getting a little bit sloppy right now.
Yeah, this is becoming quite a scrappy game. Again, siege tanks in siege mode do not damage burrowed lurkers. The splash damage will hurt unburrowed lurkers above the ground.
Yes.
As it will with lings and defilers and everything else. But
if there's something standing on top of the lurker or slightly side of the lurker, then the siege tank actually can hurt it.
Oh, is that correct? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know it's very hard to do. It generally doesn't occur. But look, he stopped the push. Queen stopped the push. He has enough supply. He can actually fight here. And the vessel count is not overwhelming as of yet.
Oh, he needs to keep that one alive. He does not. It's 2 scourge hits to kill a vessel, so you got to be very careful. That being said, though, Terran has a lot of room to fight on the map here. But this is, one of the reasons why we oftentimes have seen players, especially in modern StarCraft, try to tech out a bio play, as it seems to be an unwinnable war. An unwinnable war of attrition. It's like, can you stop Dark Swarm? Now, if he does pull it off, keep in mind there's a Nidus network connecting these 2 bases. So he can actually traffic Defilers to that 3rd base via his main.
Yeah. Well, right now he's holding on still. It looks like Queen trying to get an attack going here.
Now again,
good to irradiate.
You irradiate the Defiler, you run out of the Dark Swarm, and then you need to have enough to actually take the fight there.
Oh my god, he got a Dark Swarm up in the natural. I can't believe that made it that far. He has to move everything that's at the natural once again. Great move from Queen.
Yeah, and now you can actually hit the SCVs that are over here. Keep in mind, the Terran's main is about to be mined out.
Yeah.
So, this will be a moment of suddenly having no income. Okay, he's beginning to take out these. In case you're wondering, yes, Firebats can do damage under Dark Swarm, but they're just not very effective.
Yeah.
Firebat's a funny unit. It's very much like a D tier unit.
It does 25% damage against lurkers, so it's really, really weak. It's concussive.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind that really the Firebat is just...
It's an anti-Ling unit only.
Yeah, and even then, Lings can still beat it sometimes. It's just not a great unit.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is...
Okay, I actually got to say, Queen deserves a lot of praise for his comeback here. I know we're not out of this game yet, but this was one where I thought a couple more minutes and JYJ would push through. But this is one of the things about players like Queen, or Sulky comes to mind as well, or Action, is just how resilient they are.
Yeah. Well, you see, he stalled him out just enough that he got the Defiler with Consume before his natural was killed. Right?
Yeah.
And that's all he needed to do, really.
You can really see the emphasis on the upgrades now with Terran, how quickly that lurker got shot down.
Yeah.
Now also, again, let's imagine this game goes further and further along here. Now, even though this base is under attack, I think Terran pretty much gets that for free. But Zerg will need to get a fourth, and this is where, you know, our whole conversation earlier on about Nook expansions comes into play. Bottom right is being taken, one of the 2 bases down there.
That's really the optimal one to take. That's the next hardest base for Terran to kill. So a good choice for sure. You can see, you can see how ridiculous those upgrades are. 2-1, just fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, also, we see that Queen has started the Ultralisk Cavern, so he's going to go ahead and get chitinous plating, get Ultra Speed.
And Ultralisks really allow you to actually take a fight all the way to where the Terran can't win it.
Yeah.
Up until now, it's usually about the Terran trying to dodge Dark Swarms, and then they have a better army. And basically, Zerg, this matchup would be unplayable without Dark Swarm.
Yeah.
But in this situation, when Ultras come out, suddenly the Terran a lot of times has to have a very good position ahead of time and very good defensive matrix / irradiates.
Yeah, and the thing is, as he's getting that 4th base up,
he's going to get the bottom right. He's going to get it.
Smash it.
Yeah.
That is a gigantic moment in this game. JYJ just bought himself an extension on the game at minimum.
Yeah, well, this means JYJ has more time to try to close this out.
Yeah.
Zerg getting into 4th doesn't necessarily mean Terran loses, but it means, you know, we're going into late game for Zerg.
Yeah, and on 3 base, like, you can still fight absolutely as Terran, like, against anything that they have.
So every time we see these plagues, it's starting to stack. All of these, okay, he beat me to it. I was going to say, 1 Muta with the Glaives can hit all of those vessels. It will bounce off all those vessels, and you'll lose everything. And so we want to watch for that. He'll have to bring those back and have them repaired.
Yeah, he is going to need to repair those, because if he loses all those vessels, that's another way that we're going to see Queen able to win this game. But you see Queen's supply is finally going up. He was stuck around 70 for a long time, and 70 is kind of like the number where you can stay alive, but you can never kill your opponent in ZVT. But now that he's getting up above that, you can see he's actually like starting to bank stuff, right? He's actually getting a good drone count. He's getting a good army count.
So Zerg is reclaiming a base up here near 12 o'clock, but I'll tell you what, this is a base that is pushable. It's one of these wide open areas. Oh no, pretty big mistake there by Queen to lose that Defiler. Every Defiler, it's one of these things, it's like the Vessels or the Arbiters, you know, or any other major spellcaster. Now, he repaired these up enough, 1 Muta can't glaive bounce.
I've actually never seen that, but that's really smart. What, it takes a lot more management to repair them just out of Muta range?
Yeah, put them in the yellow, but that's enough that the Mutas won't do anything.
So much quicker.
Yeah, but don't put them all the way in the green. That costs a lot of gas.
More attention to do it, because you have to like stop them from repairing and then tell them to repair again, but that was cool.
So Ultras are out. Now keep in mind, Zerg hasn't been mining from a 4th base's gas. So this will, oh, I thought he D-Matrixed an Ultra for a second. That does sometimes happen.
Yeah,
where it's like,
this D-Matrix is killer. That Ultra just attacked the Firebat for 100 years.
Yeah, and an Irradiate to finish off that Ultra. And I almost think that Queen pulled the trigger a little bit too quickly here. Not that he had a lot of options after losing the 4th base the first time, but having a 4th gas gives you enough Ultras that usually you can bully the Terran around. But you can see there, Terran can actually take it with just good control. And look at this. I think we're going to have a pendulum swing back into the Terran's favor.
I need to see the Terran upgrades, because I just saw 5 carapace on that Ultra, so we need +3 to actually fight against that. But what is the Ultra count as well is a really big deal.
He lost a decent number of that.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. A Dark Swarm will just be dodged here.
Oh, man. Dark Swarm plus Plague. Just JYJ, he's trying to get across the map and do something, but you just can't against those 2 spells.
Now, good angling can deny the Ultra from doing as much damage here. Medics suddenly operate as a wall here. Oh my God, he's gonna get in here again. This is beautiful.
Yeah, single Ultra there. Not sure what its health is at right now. JYJ, I mean, he's being reasonably cost efficient over here, but he really does need to kill that base.
Okay, he needs to run from this. Actually, that Ultra might just save him the game here. There's more infantry coming up here, but he's gonna have to be pushed away.
Look at this.
You just can't take this.
Yeah, there's just
great
Dark
Swarm
Swarms everywhere.
And just to be clear, everybody, you cannot ever fight under Dark Swarm as Terran, unless it's like a few fire bats. But even then, it's probably almost always probably not worth it.
Okay, good splitting right there, trying to dodge plagues once again. He's still picking off some units, but starting to lose some of these vessels. That 4th gas is up and mining over at that 12 o'clock base. This is starting to get pretty scary. A plague here. Oh, God, there it is.
Oh, my God.
That plague.
That is devastating. Keep in mind that drains the medic energy as well.
Yeah, it really stops you from being able to attack until it's gone.
If he can get the Nidus. Oh, he's not on the side of the Nidus, so he doesn't see it.
This is still really good, right? He's like denying some of the gas for now. He's putting some damage on the hatch. Unfortunately, it does get saved, but maybe he can hit it again now.
I love these small task forces of infantry coming across here. 25 HP Ultra, that can be dealt with by 5 Marines.
Yep. And it looks like he'll get this hatch.
Again, that bottom right base probably paramount to Terran winning the series. Notice he's going for the hatchery.
If he wins, it's because he's denied that multiple times.
Yeah. Notice he's going for the hatchery even over the sunk that's making because it really is that important. By the way, the natural has now mined out, so Terran really only has 1 base to mine from, although I think the 4th is a manageable position for Terran.
Yeah, it's definitely one that is much more killable, but he needs to get on it. Like, you can't be waiting any longer. You have to go kill that thing because this extra gas is just going to allow Queen to roll him over. Look at the supplies at this point, 94 to 100? That's about even supply, which means the Zerg army is stronger right now.
That's true, but there's still plenty of vessels in this game. Still many opportunities to irradiate. I do wonder if it's worth it to actually get 2 dropships next here and start trying to hit locations. That can cost you the game, of course, but, you know.
Yeah, I think it's very risky. I think his best choice right now is to just try to punch a hole through that 4th. If he can kill the 4th base and then get his army out of there, this is still very winnable.
Oh! It's at about half HP, too.
Yeah. He put that damage on it before. That was important. Let's get some irradiates down here. Great plague there from Queen once again. Throws down the Darkstorm, so that angle is not going to kill it.
Small counterattack here. It looks like he's actually going to try to come in here and... oh, this is funny.
If he can snipe Niduses, that's huge.
Yeah, I guess there's really not much over here, is there?
No static D. He's not fighting uphill, so those are 2 big things.
He can also force a Dark Swarm here and then go to the other side of the map again. There's a funny little mini game where the Dark Swarms might not be optimal. You got to be careful, too, with the Irradiate, especially comboed with Plague, because Irradiate does damage to the Marines. So Plague Marines do just die. GG.
All right. All right.
Damn,
Queen fights
Queen.
back. You know, he made, I think his original attack, he was trying to, like, pull the rug out from underneath JYJ's feet, but JYJ kind of read into it and smashed that first Lurker attack, which gave him a good edge. And I think you were really right to call that it was a needless Irradiate in the natural.
Yeah.
I think because at that point, like, the thing is you have Irradiate and you're like, ooh, a Lurker.
Yeah.
Let me Irradiate this. But he had 2 to 3 tanks with Siege mode, and he knows that he's in a fight against the clock. To kill the base, when you go for Siege tanks with Siege mode, you have to basically kill a base before Defilers are out to make that worthwhile, because you're so far behind on vessels at that point. So if he had used, in my opinion, if he had used a defense matrix there on a siege tank to move it further forward to force the Lurkers to aggro, I think he would have won the game.
I think you're correct. I think, you know, there's always that one Defiler. The first Defiler is the most significant Defiler in the game. The first Dark Swarm is the most significant in the game. Anyways, guys, the last game between these two, again, the winner is the first player to move on to the round of 8.
시즌 10 게임 준비 완료. 벤젠에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Benzene sounds like a cream you use for bee stings. Well, did you put benzene on it?
I did not. I did not.
You did not?
It was all out of benzene.
Well,
they don't sell that in Korea.
Go to the pharmacy and get some benzene.
Yeah. All right. Top right, JOJ, bottom left, Queen. When's the last time you were stung by a bee, Tasteless?
Oh, when I was a kid.
Yeah, I think
I got
me too. It's
stung
been a
in the
long time.
face.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, yeah.
I got stung a few times, but it's been a long time.
That's where I got my superpowers for casting.
Yeah?
That bee was a caster bee.
The bee stung you in your face, and that's how you got your nose?
Yeah, yeah. That's the first GG that was ever said.
All right. So this map, Benzene, is another map where you're not likely to see SK Terran. You're not going to see a bio opener here.
Which, I mean, hey, it worked in JYJ's favor in game 1. Let's see how it works in game 2 here.
Yeah, that is true. He did a really great mech build in game 1, but that was a map that had 3 gases sitting right there, so it made it kind of, it was really almost tailor-made for that. Again, this map, I actually think mech is fantastic on Benzene. I really do. I don't think you're going to see a 1-1-1. There's like, there's a lot of difficulties making Marines work here. So yeah. I think we'll see the Goliath build, and I think we'll see a macro variant of it, where it's not just 2 base. Because, yeah, it's on this map, basically, if you siege up near the mineral base, you can take 4 to 5 bases relatively easily with mech. So that's what I'm thinking, Tasteless. Big macro mech game.
I just want to see how Leda would achieve his way through this one.
We might still get the chance.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
Well, I also think it's secretly, well, not anymore, but I'm kind of rooting for JYJ to get out first. I think that makes the group a lot more exciting.
Oh, yeah,
you
you're
know
definitely,
what I mean?
Yeah, you normies love your TVZ. But let me tell you something. Yeah. I need some best of 3 TVTs, man. Give me some of those.
I gotta throw a bunch of matches on the ground, and you just say how many are there. No, I think for the casual observer,
yeah.
This is the
matchup.
This is the matchup.
I think actually, as a casual observer, a good TVZ and a good PVZ are the best.
Yeah,
I really do like watching a
really
good PVZ when there's a good one, and there's actually an army running around. It's not just a Hydra bus.
PVZ, I think, is the most straightforward. Just for the person watching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You watch for the Protoss storms, and you
it's a giant Protoss army running around.
Yeah, and then you get very quickly what Hydras can do, and
Yeah,
I think PVT, the more you follow it, the better of a matchup it gets. It becomes a very interesting matchup, just the way the 2 races operate in that. So yeah, let's see. Let's see what JYJ wants to do. I mean, I'm less interested in Queen's overall play as it is whenever you have a player who's against a former champion. It's like, okay, so what is, not even necessarily what they think is the best way to play on the map, what do they think they can do to win no matter what on a map?
Yeah.
We get to see that.
You've got to kind of set yourself up as well as possible. Oh, is he going to make a starport? Whoa. What's that for? Okay.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, this is interesting.
This is like a 1-1-1, but
yeah, it is a 1-1-1.
Later.
It is a 1-1-1. I wonder which one it's going to be though. Because it's against 2 hatch, you can either go Valkyrie or Wraith. No one goes 1-1-1 with Vessel against 2 hatch anymore because it's too slow. It's too difficult to try to pull off. But that's interesting, and I guess we'll see if he wants to go for bio with it, because normally 1-1-1 goes into bio.
Yeah.
All right, Wraith on the way.
Now, one thing about 1-1-1 that should be noted is that it is very flimsy if you mess it up. Like, it really is it's a house of cards built here.
It's so fragile. Like,
yeah.
If they snipe whatever your tech units are that you're getting to kill mutas, and that can generally just be done by flying with mutas and 2 Scourge, you're in a lot of trouble. But he probably won't even end up doing that, I think, because JYJ already showed great proficiency with the mech opener, and Goliath builds are much more popular than 1-1-1s. So in the era where all the Terrans were going, well, he shows a Wraith. Okay, so
yeah,
well, now
look
he
at
knows.
this.
So I'll just shut up about that now.
Wraith is a cool looking unit.
It is.
Now, if I'm a Zerg player and I see this coming, what exactly is my mindset? I mean, what are you looking? What are you worried about? And then what do you want to try to do to make this game a win for you?
Yeah, so Generally, against 1-1-1, what'll happen is they get up their anti-muted defense, and then they get into some bio play. What you're looking to do as Zerg is to defend the push that comes out around 9 minutes.
Okay.
So that should be the #1 priority. A lot of Zergs also will fly in and see if they can get some damage. And oh my god, he's going to catch the Wraith.
Yeah,
that's actually pretty big because he's going Cloak.
Yeah, keep in mind, guys, the Wraith has no way to actually get away here. It's going to be chased to the upper left corner and be killed off.
You know what?
And there's a drop coming.
Yeah, it's not so bad because there's a drop coming. He knows where all the mutas are right now. And this is not very common. Like, there's definitely vulture drop builds that can happen. This is a very teched out build from JYJ.
Okay, but it's going to get spotted by Queen.
Oh my god.
Now, I think the mutas can actually get in there. Maybe not, because they're chasing this vulture.
Oh yeah, no, he was microing against the vulture.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually saw that.
He didn't.
Okay, this is huge.
He did not see it. Oh my god, he might lose all of his drones.
He might lose this game because of this, man.
Yeah,
This is you know, early game workers are. It's insane how important and precious they are. This will get unloaded and undetected. The mutas are almost as far as they could be here. Keep in mind, 3 vulture shots will kill a drone.
Yep.
So this is like...
Dude, JYJ just smashed him.
And the mutas haven't even turned around yet.
Yeah, well, there's no point because all his drones are dead no matter what, so you may as well dive. So he is diving in right now. Look, the 2...
oh my god,
he's just
still doing damage, but the turrets goes down.
Wow.
Now, if JYJ can't stabilize here, he will also end up possibly taking even fatal damage here. He needs to try to repair that turret.
Oh my god, he has to kill the turret. Okay, he gets the turrets. Oh my god. And Tasteless, he killed the Wraith that popped out. Okay, there's one cloaked Wraith. There's an Overlord at the natural.
Okay, how many drones are actually in this game? I see 1.
He has 5 minerals. Okay,
he's got plenty more coming.
Yeah, plenty. Oh my god. You know what? Queen took a risk here. JYJ took the first risk, but Queen decided to dive, and it turns out that this was by far the best thing he could do. I think that he's actually going to do enough damage with this.
Yeah, I think so many other players would have turned around here. I think this is actually...
It's so funny because the Cloaked Wraiths can't be hit, but it doesn't matter because there's so many mutas.
Yeah, there's so many mutas that are wrecking balling their way through the base that there's just not much you can do. Now, I think there are plenty more SCVs, though, in this game than there are drones, but Zerg bounces back from stuff surprisingly well because of their production mechanics.
Yeah.
You know, you can make a bunch of workers at once.
Yeah, with Terran, it's just like, you know, you're building one out of a command center at a time. You have so many larvae here. We saw him pop out like 8 drones immediately after losing them all, which obviously he took insane damage. But look, the mutas are back in here now, and he's killing everything. The Wraiths are not going to hold this.
Yeah.
He's going to win.
And this is the last outpost that Terran's mining from here. The bunker certainly plays no role here.
Is that turret really not going to die? Is that the story we're going to tell?
It's so funny how that works.
Are you kidding me? I can't believe that turret
Will somebody
die.
tell Blizzard that all the workers can repair it at once, and how's that fair?
That was insanity.
Oh my god, there's another vulture here.
Oh man.
We didn't even get a shot of this.
This is so funny.
Oh, careful. He's gonna get picked up.
Yeah. Whoop. Wow, this game is crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the pieces fall from here.
I think the Queen just kills him still.
I think with the mutas and the lings, I don't know if there's even Marines in there. Is there?
Maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, 1 or 2 is not going to be enough. Yeah, well, there's at least 1 in there now.
Yeah, with all these lings coming.
But, you know, if Queen doesn't control this right either, you know, this can also just be you overextending.
Yeah, he's just kind of trying to target it down here.
He does kill the vulture. Oh, the Marine doesn't get inside! Oh, my God!
Is this bunker going to live?
Look at JYJ's supply, by the way. It's 16. Most of the supply, though, here for the Zerg is in mutas. But mutas might be
Look
all
how
you
low
need.
they are. These mutas have, like,
4
no health.
HP. GG.
Wow.
Whoa!
This series, man.
Damn, Queen's got to be happy with that game. That was one of the craziest TVZs ever, man.
I can't even believe that whole series.
Almost any other player turns around, goes back home,
No, he realized there was no saving anything.
Yeah, he goes,
there.
nope.
That was doom. It was all that awaited him at home.
Yeah.
But that dive in, he did the damage. He got rid of the turrets. His 2 Scourge sniped the first Wraith that came out. That was a backbreaker there.
Yeah.
He had Cloak. Like, he needed that first Wraith to live. You gotta wait, what's the Wraith build time? It's like 38 seconds?
Yeah.
You gotta wait 38 seconds. You know how much damage the Muta's doing that time before the next Wraith pops out?
Yeah.
Infinity. What a wild series.
I love it, man. So cool.
Wow.
Okay, well, Queen moves on. I think rightfully so, especially in that last game. That goes to show you how good his decision-making is. He was down to 1 drone.
Dude, he was
down to 1 drone, Artosis.
He was in so much trouble game 2 and game 3.
Yeah.
And he fought back in both. So
yeah,
cheers to him, man. That's a champion.
That's why he won the last ASL. First player, I think fittingly so, to go on to the round of 8. And now we have TVTs for the rest of the night.
Yes!
Great day so far, though. Wow, man.
Really good games.
Yeah, really, really special games.
Except for Rush versus JYJ.
ASL 시즌 16강 A조 경기 함께하고 계십니다. 가장 먼저 8강에 진출한 선수는 전 시즌 우승자 김명훈 선수인데요. 지금 바로
So we found out our first player who advanced, and it's Queen. Congratulations.
와, 가장 빨리 8강에 진출하긴 했지만 여러 번 가슴을 쓸어내셨을
So the first player who
것
joins
같아요.
us in the quarterfinals. What a tough series you had today.
같은데요. 소감이 어떠세요?
네,
So I guess you got out. I think you broke the previous championship curse. Certainly, the series was much tougher than I expected. But anyways, at the end, I did manage to make it. I'm very happy. So that game against Leda, you crushed him easily. However, against JYJ, it seemed like a real uphill fight for you. Let's talk about that moment where you sent the lurkers to counterattack him. Yet it didn't work. What was going on in your mind then? So I spotted the 6 racks. Oh, I'm sorry, the 6 factories. I was actually a little bit confused. And they were talking about the Hydra counterattack and the lurker counterattack. Excuse me, guys. What was your preparation like on Eclipse? I wanted to actually veto Eclipse, but I changed my mind at the last second. I thought maybe I could pull something off on that map. Let's talk about your final game on Benzene. What was going on in your mind? I thought, oh man, am I going to have to get out of this in the decider match? He thought in that moment he thought he was probably going to be losing, but he might as well just try his best and warm his hands up. Did you feel a lot of pressure throughout the series? And also about the Ultralisks in the very end of game 2. Oh, you also showed how to utilize Mutalisks. Also, did you anticipate that drop coming? I just suddenly saw vultures on the minimap. I guess I missed that if my overlord saw it. Usually Terrans don't use dropships that much, especially on that map, in that strategy. Anyways, when I saw the timing, it's not a usual moment for dropships to appear. Anyways, when I saw it, I knew I had to counterattack with Mutas. There's no way I could recover if I tried to clean them up, clean the vultures up. So we're going to go, excuse me, you're going to go to the best of 5 phase of the tournament. Yeah, I'm going to have to work very hard, even harder than before. I think there was a lot of unique variables in my games today that I could learn from. One of the challenges for me is that we're doing map vetoes on the day of the games. Any words to your fans? I lost a lot of games against Terran in the past. I know my fans are worried for me. But the quarterfinals is a best of 5. That benefits me. So I'm going to do my best to win. Well, congratulations, he says. Thank you. Cool series, man.
Yeah, that was a
very,
great
very
one.
cool series.
That was awesome.
And up next, we're going to have Rush versus Leda. I know that Rush struggles in TVT. I do not know if Leda is way better than him at TVT, though. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I think Rush should be able to take down Leda.
Yeah.
Rush isn't terrible at TVT. He's just, it's his weak matchup.
One of the things about Leda is that nobody thought he would advance at all. And he did kind of win with some gotcha builds. So I don't know. I mean, let's see what happens here. Again, JYJ crushing Rush earlier. I think it's very likely that JYJ will advance out of this group. We've got a short break. When we come back, the losers match. Don't go away.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 이전 소리끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
여기 열었습니다.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가
아니
없는데?
저 키워보라고.
성노래 17대화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화 질의 17대화면 16:10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
There he is on the right side of the screen. That's Rush with his black eye. Or no, it was Leda. Leda with his black eye.
Right.
Trying to cheese out Queen. We've got a TVT coming up here, and the loser is going to be eliminated. And I don't know how to cut this one. Normally I'm like, but this guy's got this power, and this other guy's got this power, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Does Iron Man beat the Hulk? I don't know. They're both so powerful. But in this case, I'm like, well, Leda, maybe he shouldn't be here, and Rush can't win TVT. So, you know what I mean? This is sort of...
Let's go.
Okay, that's I can't argue.
Yeah.
I can't argue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Leda is one of the weaker players in this round, but honestly,
like, well,
he comes with these builds that are so strange. Maybe he has enough plan to get through. I don't know.
This guy's blind and has no arms. The other guy's been shot 5 times, though. I don't know who wins in this fight. How's that?
That's good.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Guys, we're going to go to this game and see who's going to get eliminated. Rush versus Leda, and
이클립스에서 게임을 시작합니다.
the winner fights JYJ, who's looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, he looks really good.
He looks worthy. Worthy of the round of 8.
He does. He does, actually.
We're not worthy. We're scum.
We're definitely scum. So we got Leda in the bottom left. Rush in the top right. So it's a 2-player map. You're more likely to just see a factory expand on this map because it's just too easy to put on pressure against one of these, basically on 4-player maps, it's all about this kind of gamble of how quickly can you get your command center. And then when you get down to something like a 2-player, where it's so easy to do something like a forward 8 racks because you know where your opponent is and there's like 4 positions you can hide the racks, it's like, oh, okay, just do a factory expand, just be a little bit safer. So that's what I expect to see is a couple factory expands, unless Leda just has craziness planned.
Yeah.
And there are some early rush builds that you can kind of try, but if your opponent sniffs them out, it becomes very difficult to pull off.
TVT's funny because, like, SCVs are fairly strong in that they have HP, but Marines are very weak and can't do that much until you get enough of them. So it doesn't seem like there's a lot of cheeses that you can just do to end the game until you get into mech. But by then you have enough Marines. If you got into mech, then you usually have enough Marines. If there was a threat, you can't die. So it's just hard to kill stuff early on.
Yeah, like to kind of back up what you were saying there, SCVs are fighting units in TVT a lot of the time.
Right.
Like if you try to do some sort of technical rush, you gotta really do a lot of damage with it because they can actually just pull their SCVs. A lot of people call them linebackers. They're just like if you have, you can have like 2 more technical units than your opponent attacking him, and he has his natural up. And the thing is, if he loses 6 SCVs fighting that off because they run up and surround your tank and fight your Marines, he's ahead. So you have to be very careful and very precise on how you execute that type of thing. Now it looks like both sides are going to be going for gasless expands. Yeah, now gasless expand against gasless expand oftentimes will just turn into a vulture battle.
Yeah, there becomes this weird thing where you're both going for vultures and now you can't stop.
Yeah.
It's like, well, if you stop, you're insane.
Yeah.
You know.
It becomes a very tricky thing because if you have 1 more vulture than your opponent,
you win.
You have map control, right? And then he who has map control is he who lays the mines.
That was Caesar that said that.
That was Caesar who said that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Caesar, Genghis Khan had more vultures.
He had more vultures, yeah.
And so he laid the mines.
And that's why he won World War I.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he'd never had to get to the trench warfare because the mines were everywhere and the tanks couldn't be set up.
Exactly.
So there you have it. It's a history lesson and a TVT lesson for you.
So you can see Rush wants to try to take a peek in here into Leda's base. And by the way, guys, I don't mean to knock on Leda when I say people didn't expect him to get here, but if you're familiar with the way that Leda's played in the past and his success rate, and then just sort of the way that his builds that he did, and look, I think he's a great player to want to root for.
Yeah, yeah.
But
he's exciting.
He does not appear to have, as an example in our group, the mechanical ability of JYJ.
Yes.
JYJ looks like a powerhouse Terran Like, you queue up against this guy on the ladder, and you think, oh, man, how am I ever going to beat someone this good?
Yeah, Leda is all about micro build orders, you know, bringing
Play.
strategy.
Yeah. A lot of his builds go like this. He goes, is this your card?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of.
You go,
Whereas
oh, man.
J being one of our up-and-coming Terrans, he's just, like, very good at everything.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas he might not necessarily plan a series as well as Leda, but his overall strength is higher.
I think one of the things that Leda has is, like, he's an old pro. He's seen so many different metas.
Sure.
He knows a lot of the little tricks that are woven into the game that are hard for the average player to see, where it's like, oh, I can do this. Like what he tried to do against Queen. He basically pulled out one of the most obtuse, weird, frankly inefficient builds you could do against Queen, but he knows that if he just hits there and Queen isn't quite ready, he actually wins and goes to the winner's match, and maybe he pulls off something crazy in TVT there and goes on. And I think actually it shows that he's very good at planning for a group.
I would say that's really correct. It makes him dangerous in a tournament.
Yeah.
But it does not, like, he's very dangerous, yes. Can he win ASL? No. Those are both very direct answers.
Yeah.
And that's why he gets picked by Queen, for instance, where it's like, yeah, he's dangerous, but this is not light.
Yeah.
This is not someone who actually can win the thing.
He says, okay, I know you're a cheesy Terran. I'm going to try to be ready for everything. And by the way, when you say this guy's cheesy and I just got to stop his cheese, that's not easy.
No. And the thing is, he's very good at everything. Don't get us wrong here. Okay?
No, he's a strong player, but he's just nowhere near as strong as the other players.
In certain regards.
Yes.
So all those statements out of the way, let's take a look at these builds. Very interesting to see because neither side is going for vulture play, okay? Instead, what we see is Rush has gone up into Goliath and Siege Tank type play and going to 4 facts with the scanner. And we have a starport here for Leda with 2 factories. So I'm not super surprised to see it like this. Like, Leda's spirit unit is the Wraith, just generally speaking. And if he did hit a 3-factory Vulture, the Wraith becomes really quite good. And 3-factory Vulture is a pretty reasonable follow-up to these openers. So I think it was an okay build to do, but Rush's army is simply stronger right now.
Yes.
Like, he can have some map control as well if he wants it. Like, if he wants to walk around a bit.
So, question here for you, Artosis. TVT on this map. Obviously, it's a big positional play in TVT always, but this is kind of a funny map to me because each side gets a hill.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's a lot of different places you can go to. I mean, bottom right and upper left are very far away. One thing that I notice, just as a non-Terran player, obviously the upper left has 2 gases. That seems like it would be better. One of the best bases to have. I know it's pretty far away. What my question is there a general direction you expand in? Are both sides going to just try to grow into the upper left and it becomes a fight over there? Or are there ways to approach this matchup where maybe you do want to try to squeeze in bases in the bottom right?
Yeah, a lot of the time here...
The answer is yes.
Yeah. No, it's very difficult to answer that because games get very dirty on this map. There's a lot of high ground transitions.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those nook bases that you've been talking about that are so easily defendable in TVT. So basically what you generally see here is a lot of damage being done on both sides. There's a lot of switches on where people are attacking. And oftentimes you'll see something like one Terran will kill one of the Terran's bases on one location, and the other Terran kills his opponent's bases on the other location. And then sometimes the map becomes really weirdly split, where someone has like both the bottom right bases and someone has a bunch in the top left. Yeah, things are definitely they look very different on this map than a lot, because even though it splits mostly cleanly, there's just so many different paths, so many different areas that you can try to abuse.
By the way, Rush now has... Am I wrong about this? Rush is just starting to take a lead already.
Yes.
He's got the contain up here.
Yeah.
He's taken a third beforehand.
Yeah, he's building his third on location, even though it's a slightly slower command center. That's fine. The speed of your bases don't always matter. Just looking at the game positionally right now, Rush has a really good position. The fact that he's sieging the high ground above the rally point.
He's sieging the high ground of Lada's hill, which is, I think...
That's like the most powerful early position you can get on this map.
Yeah, I think
if you're
literally.
sieged there, your opponent has to always have enough units and always be checking there. Because eventually you can bring your entire army up, and if they don't have a huge amount sieged right there, you can just roll through, and if you take over that location on your opponent's side of the map, they are in a terrible spot.
So, as we mentioned before, you know, in this matchup, right now, Leda has to solve the problem. Rush basically has to get further and further ahead here. And even though, yes, they're both even on bases, and it seems like they have roughly the same supply and probably close to the same number of tanks, this is a matchup that is about positioning on the map. Hold on. I think there might be a soft spot here.
Yeah, maybe.
Where Rush can actually just attack in here. Hold on.
Yeah, Leda was bringing a bunch of units up to the top left-ish area, maybe preparing for a fourth base there. But the second he was under-defended at this rally point,
these
you
tanks
see
are
him
getting
just
pulled
move
in.
Yeah. Those were probably rallied right around there, so they weren't on hold position, they weren't siege or anything. And now you see that powerful position that Rush took, just insta-punish when your opponent messes this up. You can't really let your opponent take that spot, and if they do, you have to be so diligent about it.
Now there's going to be more tanks coming in here. Now, it looks like the tank count for now is sort of, kind of even. Good scan there. But Leda's starting to clean this up. I do worry, though, an attack from the north hitting the top of the tanks here for Leda, that also could be pretty painful here.
Yeah, with Vultures leading the way, you can probably bust those top two tanks and then have a siege on both sides. And that becomes incredibly painful.
Okay, so now he's, again, like a game of Go, he's beginning to surround his opponent here. I like the tank actually on the ramp. That stops Vultures from running up there. It's a funny little position.
Give yourself a bit of vision up there, maybe.
Yeah.
Depending on where it's placed. Okay, it looks like he's going to try to break those tanks. And now actually, he should be able to break them. This is enough. Vulture's going to tank a bunch of these hits. Ooh, good targeting there by Rush on some of the tanks, though.
Yeah.
So he gets as efficient as he really can be. Oh, nice extra volley there from Rush's tank. Oh, the miss.
So one siege tank can shoot twice while another siege tank is sieging up, right?
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, so you get those two shots, and that's why it's so hard to break tank lines.
Yeah, especially with when you have +2 attack. It's like, well, I mean,
you just automatically lose.
If he can fire at me, I can't take the position with my tanks.
That's why you see breaking normally happen with a bunch of Vultures in front.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of Vultures, I love the drops over here. And again, even though we've seen a little bit of hemorrhaging here from Rush as far as tanks go, the ideas of TVT are at play here. He's surrounding Leda. And Leda is going to be on 3 bases, maybe for the rest of this game, unless he can break free.
Yeah.
Oh, pro gamer, man.
Nice. Not going to quite kill it, but close. All right, so Rush is retaking this position. Leda is getting a lot of units out here.
Notice the 4th base in the bottom right. Very important. It's nearly impossible for Leda to actually get down there. I got to say, I'm a little bit surprised this game that Rush kind of just rolled out and sieged up. And now it's like Leda just struggling to get anywhere here.
He wouldn't have been able to do that against a Vulture opener, but the fact that Leda went for a Wraith meant that he just had more early muscle, so he just kind of was able to take the position. They were both playing kind of off strats. It's kind of funny.
Okay, you can see right now Leda trying to fight through here. And the thing is, even though you're seeing tanks get killed, the trading is not very efficient. And another rally point of units is probably going to come. Here it is. Yeah, they can meet this.
This was the best thing Leda could have done, is break to the north. So he's broken that position. He's opened up the map a little bit more. Look at this. Now his Vulture's going over. Unfortunately for him, very quickly Rush has responded with more Vultures. So he's going to be able to knock these out. Yeah, Leda needs to get out of there. You don't want to just trade 10 Vultures for 8 Vultures.
But this base that Leda's taking, he has to take and he has to keep, frankly, because And by the way, I love the drops over here.
Mm-hmm.
Just something to keep the reinforcements from coming out. But if Leda takes his base in the upper center left, it's going to be a much longer game. That was what he needed to do basically this whole time.
Oh, yeah. It feels like Rush is going to be able to break him, though, because I think
he might be
Leda
right.
put too many units up there. Yeah, see this? Now Rush is flowing in once again to this location. A good siege up from behind, and he is bringing the rest of his units from the top. You know what? He's going to hold on here, I think.
Yeah, I think you might be right, but let's see. There's more tanks coming here. All right, Leda actually with very good pushback right now.
Yeah. His Vulture's coming up, really doing a lot of tanking there for his tanks. And it, like, he continues to hold. Overall, that was good for Rush, though. Like, he's really dictating this game. Oh, my God.
That's a lot of kills, man.
Yeah, I have no idea how many kills are on that
And there's
Vulture.
so much going on here. I don't think Leda's even caught on to that these Vultures are here. All right. He's going to take out both that one and the one at his third. By the way, the fourth is naked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Leda's getting further and further behind right now.
I would be curious to see what the SCV count is for Leda here. Seems like he's kind of hurting. You know, it's 5 bases to 3.5, I guess you could say. The fourth base isn't really being mined from here for Leda. He has it as a position, but if you're not taking the minerals and gas from it, what are you really doing, you know?
Yeah. No, he's having such a hard time. He's going to try to re-break. Wants to push this all back.
Whoa!
Yeah, he'll bust up quite a few of those tanks. Ooh.
Good targeting.
Yeah, really good.
This is where you can abuse the splash damage. You know, these Vultures are really doing quite a bit. It's funny. It's been a long game, but as time passes, I mean, the amount of kills that are happening here. One thing about TVT is you have to be micromanaging the tanks when you do the siege lines. You can't set up siege mode and then go do something else.
Yeah.
You got to target down the right units.
Well, if you're shooting Vultures, then your opponent is going to target your tanks because
Yeah.
they're the one looking and you're not. And
Yeah.
that's how you can actually lose some of these fights.
Although over time a Vulture can kill a tank, GG, it's not. It's much more important to kill their tanks. So Rush, I mean, very straightforward. This is what we were talking about. I mean, Rush may struggle in TVT, but he can certainly take down a player like Leda. But let's see what happens in Game 2.
Yeah, neither player wanting to open Vultures, by the way, which is just a minor point of interest there. It's generally known that 3-factory Vulture play is like kind of the most powerful thing.
Yeah.
But
again,
lots of pros don't like to do it because when you hit the mirror, it's incredibly painful.
Yeah, it's you know, it's thematic of Leda overall in this series, man, is that he seems to be wanting to play around.
Yes. He doesn't want to play standard versus standard.
No, he's trying
That is not his way.
Yeah, he's gotcha, man. That's his superhero name. We're going to go to Polypoid, a huge map, which could lead to a pretty long and epic TVT, and that's ready right now.
ASL 시즌 10 게임 준비 완료. 폴리포이드에서 게임을 시작합니다.
So we have Leda in the top right and the bottom right, Rush. So yeah, Polypoid, I think, is a really interesting map for TVT.
I've actually really enjoyed this map on the ladder. It was a little bit weird because it was so big, but I think it's made for some very cool games, and I think the geography of it is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think it's one of the better designed modern maps for sure. It's there's just so many ways to attack and defend and move your units around. There's so many expansion locations that you can actually choose. A lot of maps, you look at it, you're like, yeah, no, I know exactly where I'm going to be expanding every time. I feel like when I open up this map, especially in TVT,
yeah,
I mean, my third base, my fourth base, there's a lot of locations they could be in.
Yeah, there's a lot of avenues you can take expansion-wise here. They can be a lot of fun.
Those types of choices are always cool.
Yeah.
So Yeah, I'm very excited to see just what openers they're going to do, because now that we're on a 4-player map, you can get a little bit more risky in some ways.
Sure.
Like, for instance, we see neither of them are going for any forward barracks play. You could end up seeing like command center first even, because if your opponent doesn't do a forward barracks, you're not going to take damage, you know?
Sure.
Okay, there's a barracks from Leda, and Rush is throwing one down too. We'll see momentarily if they're going to go for gas or not. I think it might even be gasless versus gases again.
Is there any kind of economic cheese built TVT?
Yes.
Is there just like a blind CC into,
yes,
you know?
It's exactly that.
But I mean, is there something? Okay, so let me try to get to what I wanted to actually ask, because I know about blind CC, but then to another greedy thing, like, can you be doubly greedy in some way?
Yeah, like you can do things like if you go command center first into like 2-port Wraith, it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
Like because you're going command center first, right? And then the thing is, it's a fine follow-up to command center first. You know, there's things that obviously if command center first instantly dies to, like proxy barracks, right? But if you do something like that and go into the 2-port Wraith, you're going to be really far ahead against basically everything, you know? And your opponent's really going to have to use... The thing is about TVT, though, as well, there's like really very few players that can take a lead and just kill you. The other matchups, I feel like there's a lot more players where it's like, okay, they're ahead. They know what to do here. In TVT, it feels like, well, I mean, if Flash is ahead of you, he's going to kill you. But many of the other players, even the top-level pros, it's like, well, there's still a lot of play.
Yeah, you know, it's almost like this. It's like, for instance, when Rush set up the siege tank wall on the high ground, and then the second wall, the one that was horizontal above the third, pretty much he had won. But he has to parry 5 or 6 more attacks from Leda. He has to parry that and get the 2 extra bases up. It's a funny thing because it's like, yeah, like he's got a lot of siege tanks and this is going to be a headache to try to break, but
yeah,
you know, you have to.
Yeah, and I think, for instance, Flash in some of those positions, it's like he will never lose from there. You know,
Yeah.
if he's that far ahead already, it's over.
Well, it also
but no one
seems
else
like-
knows how to really do that.
Well, it's one of
for
the
most
funny
part.
things with Flash as an example, right? Like, how often have we ever seen Flash really die to Zergs early on?
It's so rare.
How often has Flash really been killed by Protoss cheese? It's like, it's so rare you can actually name the player.
The games, yeah.
And the game, right? You're like,
It's
yeah,
rare.
yeah.
It's rare.
And then it's like, how often has Flash really had a truly sloppy fight in TVT? Usually he just cleans up, dominates, and moves on. And I want to talk about that for a second because I think we're going to have a little bit of a slower game here. But I think, and it's oddly enough, I think it was the talk of APM that actually poisoned the well as far as how people think about the game. People got so caught up in how fast players play. Obviously, you have to be a certain speed to play the game, right? But it's actually a lot more about how what sequence of actions in every single situation you have to have in order to win. What do you? I mean, StarCraft is truly a game of priority.
Yeah.
There's a million different decisions you can make at any point in time, and I think what Flash has truly mastered above anything, not just, of course, the strategic part or the macro part, but he seems to, in every unique situation, he knows, wow, those 2 vultures got in there. He knows exactly what to do.
Yeah.
And he knows, and that goes all the way to, like, what do you prioritize in microing in a fight? Where do you place each building? He sort of knows it perfectly.
Oh my God.
Yeah, these 2 vultures are doing such a crazy amount of damage. And what's funny is they're both so low on HP, but speed vultures are so ridiculously fast if you just scoot them right before they get hit.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that this is very losing workers early on is usually the most devastating time to lose workers, besides the very end of the game when you have 1 base left.
Yeah,
that's mining.
This was backbreaking what Rush just did here.
Yeah.
Let me explain the builds real quick. So it was Leda with the gasless expand, and then Rush just went for a factory expansion. And he went quick speed, which is relatively common against this. And the thing is, he moved in with 2, right? Everyone knows that it takes 3 vultures to 1 volley in SCV. But the meta right now is to move in with your first 2 speed vultures against gasless expansion, because it's out far enough ahead of your opponent's vulture, if they're going vulture, that you can actually still get damage done. And we saw that that worked beautifully right there.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. I will say I'm very worried for Leda.
He's
as
in
far as any road
spot.
to recovery here.
Yeah.
And it's not just because workers were killed. Now we have Rush actually planting mines everywhere. Well, this was a mistake here by Rush. But there's mines out now.
Yeah.
And those mines are the, in some ways, the blueprints for a contain here. It's not a contain that the Terran has to do much fighting to get out of, but imagine tanks get in front of those mines.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Well, with what we see him doing, he's gone into 3 factories and a starport. So this looks like a very defensive play from Rush with maybe harassment involved. Of course, he threw away some of his vultures there, so Leda able to run in for a moment, kind of check what's what. If Leda goes up right now into 5 factories, I think he can take over map control and fight a longer game. But as of right now, after the amount of SCVs that were killed by Rush, like, that's your advantage with the gasless expansion.
Yeah.
Because your tech is a bit slower. It's the slowest tech you can get in TBT. Like, Command Center First actually gives you faster factory than gasless expand. But the fact that his tech is slower, but then he also has less SCVs, it's just like Rush is winning in every way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
so, despite some of the good plays here from Leda, this is really an uphill fight. So this is a funny spot because both players have mine contain now on him.
Yeah.
Let's see how ready he's going to be for the vultures.
Honestly, I'm not a fan of this move. Your opponent's sitting on 2 base. Like, are you really expecting to do much damage here with vulture drop?
Well, I guess there's also a concept where if you get enough ahead, it's okay to kind of trade not exactly that favorably because you're still just keeping the count down.
Yeah, that's true. Like,
kinda
any
like
SCVs he kills is like salt in the wound, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's
makes sense.
If an SCV count is low enough, it's hard to ever get where you need to be. You know what I mean? You are not dead yet, but you're certainly not going to live long.
Yeah.
You're not going to get the other stuff. You need all your income's going to remaking workers. But I do see what you're saying, right? You drop somebody on 2 bases. How long have we been in this game? Almost 9 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like they're going to stop this. This is not a reverb where like maybe the Scarab connects with all the SCVs and you get away.
Yeah.
The Vulture takes 3 shots to kill an SCV, and a Vulture almost dies to pretty much anything that looks at it. So, you know, what are we doing? But the dropship does pretty nicely set up. Whoa. Pretty nicely set up for this contain to come in here. But it looks like Leda's ready, although I don't know how high that tank count really is.
Yeah,
you know,
he's
that
going to try to get in on top
I
of
see
him.
3 tanks, and I see mines being planted in front of it.
Oh, good mine right
Later.
there.
So there's 1 tank here. GG.
Okay.
Leda is dead, and Rush has a chance for redemption going up against JYJ, but he also might just get suplexed.
Yeah.
He might, Zangief might grab him, aka JYJ. He might spin around in the air and then drop him on his head.
It might happen. I do think JYJ is going to actually beat Rush. I think he's just a bit more solid in the matchup, but we'll see. I think Rush is a better player overall, so maybe he just kind of pulls it out. Overall, looking at that series, it definitely looked like Rush was a bit better than Leda, but honestly, I wasn't like super impressed with his plays overall.
It really shows you the skill ceiling with the different TBT players.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, guys, short break. Up next, JYJ versus Rush.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
야, 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼. 야, 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게. 야, 어디가? 금방 와.
자, 이 정도. 20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
Blackout. Yeah, it's getting blackout. Fire in the street, tears all week. Beast was off the leash. All I feel is heat. Oh well. Oh well. Fire in the street, tears all week. Beast was off the leash. All I feel is heat. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah. Made my way back home, so a brother bless. Moonshine through my window after sunset. These days say shady with the suspects. Timeline got me faded with the what next? What they expect? We standing face to face. It's all gaps in the back. Now we saving grace. I'm with the rats in the trap, trying to get a taste. I'm pro to the test. Let me demonstrate. Fire in the street, tears all week. Beast was off the leash. All I feel is heat. Oh well. Oh well. It's blackout. Blackout. It's blackout. Blackout. We blackout. It's blackout. Blackout. Keep my level headed, don't know where we heading. I see violence is the thing, cops and paramedics trying to keep the dream alive with the anesthetic. Shoot 'em up, take 'em down, that's a daily method. It seems when we scream, they don't hear our breath. So now we blowing steam and we scared to death. Running to extremes like me on arrest. That's why we hit the scene, there ain't nothing left. Fire in the street, tears all week. Beast was off the leash, all I feel is heat. Oh well.
Creepers left and right, buzz like crazy. Everybody's trying to steal my lady. Spiders in the mirror and things can't be right. Back to the scene of a Friday night. To a blessed collision still frozen time. Spill a drink is stupid and the sound of her first child. And why did you argue? Dreaming of those eyes, the best part of my life. And when we feel baby, we don't make a sound. Clock won't turn around. Barely half of your pace, slowing things down when I wanted to race. Catching up again when you try to chase. It's like we're playing space. Always find a way to make up, right? Even when I was in fly, even when this is where I I'm stopping up, you never enough, baby. Dreaming of this best part of my life. Smiling lovely. Would I make a sound? Like what to run?
Gotta play dead.
No, don't play dead.
Oh, that's the trick to winning TBT, actually.
Actually, that's true, yeah. Just play dead. Siege up outside their base and then play dead.
That's it. Siege your tanks, you never have to leave. All right. Tasteless.
This is a shot of our new studio. When the pandemic is done, you should come check it out. It is awesome. It's in an awesome area. We're here at Jomshill Station. A lot of cool stuff around here. A lot of cool shopping you can do. We're next to the tallest building in the country. I think 6th or 5th tallest building in the world.
It's an excellent area.
Yeah.
I hope that eventually this crap ends.
This coronavirus crap. Yeah, I know. It's a weird time. But anyways, we opened this up and then nobody could come see it. But don't forget, this is actually here in Seoul. It's an awesome venue. Just got to put that reminder out there from time to time. So, going into this, Polypoid, Game 1. Now, this is a rematch. JYJ smashed Rush, but it's a best of 3, and Rush is showing he can play TBT. Let's see what happens.
게임 준비 완료. 폴리포이드에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Okay, so both players are hugging the right side of the map here. It's JYJ in the bottom in the blue, and Rush is in the top right in the red.
Yeah, okay. So, Polypoid, I mean, we just saw. We'll see what the opener builds are here. I'm kind of more interested in what JYJ is going to do, honestly. Like what approach he's going to take, where he actually ranks himself. I actually think that players... a lot of pros actually misrank themselves in regards to each other quite often. Like you saw from the video. Like the thing is, Group D is really scary, and that's what Rush was in when he was traded for Shuttle into this group, and he was like fist pumping and happy. And when I'm like, well, I mean, Rush, you actually can beat every Protoss in the entire world and all the Zergs as well. But you lose all your TVTs. So, like, are you actually happy to go over here just because these are not ASL champion caliber players? Like,
okay,
maybe that's right, maybe that's not right, but it's...
Mirror matchups for players are always kind of weird.
Yeah.
Right? I'm sure you even experienced
this. They
dodge
dodge them, man. Everyone dodges playing.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
Oh, in TVT it sure is. I tell you, I scour Light's stream. If he gets a TVT, he often leaves. It doesn't even matter if he gets a B tier. He's like, nah, GG, out of here.
I've seen it where you have players that, like, because you know, ZVZ, PvP, TVT. I've had it where like there are players that I can never beat in PvP, but like I have way better PvT or PvZ than them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Or there's like a player that nobody can beat PvP, but they don't seem to be as good in the other matchups in a sense. But I think generally speaking, it's hard for players to rank themselves because they have what they think they're good at, but then there's also the patterns in their play and how that plans out, right? Like Leda kind of showed up here, and it was an open secret that he was going to do the builds that he did. You know what I'm saying? Now, catching the first SCV here, if he gets this before it finishes, this is actually...
He shouldn't. You have to get really lucky to get that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Ooh, okay, he's not going to get it. He'll finish. Go ahead, come on. Jump it on. You're fine. Oh, my God. That's an Artosis SCV. That thing just won't go where it should.
It's an Artosis SCV?
Yeah, dude. Normally I see pro SCVs just dance away from what's attacking them. I'm like, oh, really?
Yeah, there's actually...
Yeah, I guess you are a pro gamer, aren't you?
There's angels pushing the SCV to the safe location.
100%. Okay, so just to throw this out here, JYJ has done a forward barracks factory build, so he can actually pressure heavily against something like what Rush is doing. Rush has gone ahead and thrown up his second depot before his gas. He's making Marines nonstop. This is the correct way to try to counter something like this. He's going to have to bring down a couple SCVs, I think, because basically what JYJ's build was, this is like kind of a safe, overall a pretty safe macro build that can punish close position fast expands.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's a good way to kind of hedge your build. If they are going like double proxy barracks or something, they'll just straight kill you. But other than that, you're safe against pretty much everything.
So, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially the burden is on JYJ to really do something here. Or the other player is going to just start to build up an economic lead. Is that correct?
Yeah, kind of. But he's already done some things, like just forcing this many Marines early on. Forcing, you know, a slightly slower gas. Like, look, where's his factory? His factory is quite a bit later than it would be otherwise. So that means that his first tank that he's going to make here, because he should be making a tank in a situation like this, is going to put extra pressure on the bunker and make repairing happen, right? So it's like JYJ has already done a reasonable amount. He's not ahead, but like I think that this was fine how this went for him.
Okay, SCV's finally picked off here. When you're on a map that has like such a long distance from each other, does that really change the way the whole matchup is approached? Because I know it's a matchup about contain, but like I'm trying to imagine, let's say Rush here trying to contain from the left side of JYJ. That seems like a pretty ambitious move.
Rush contain from the left side of JYJ? What do you mean?
Well, like, I know the initial contain will come from above. It'll be a horizontal contain.
Ah, yes.
But then the vertical contain that usually is the second part of a Terran contain.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
it just seems like on this map it takes so long to get there. I mean, tanks are not fast units. It's not like speedlings or vultures or something.
You're not going to get a full contain on your opponent here. Like, you can keep them down to 4 bases if you're ahead.
Yeah.
Like, they can get their mineral base, and they can get one of the gases, and you might be able to contain everything else for a period of time. But yeah, look at this. So, oh, he's actually even making
he's going to push it.
Yeah.
This is so
I
cute.
guess he's getting siege right now.
He better be.
Yeah, this is going to be very annoying. Oh, no, if he's getting Vulture Mines, the game's over.
So he's going to ditch this bunker.
I think you can hit that side mineral patch with this.
I believe that is correct.
Now, Rush will live. He's not going to die to this because this is an expansion with this
dude,
push.
he hit the tank.
Wow. that's definitely a flub. But yeah, like, basically there's a lot of pressure going on from JYJ. So JYJ now I think you have to consider as being ahead. But because Wraiths are being made, he'll be able to push back the barracks and then siege his opponent's tanks. So, like, Rush will live. He'll be all right. But
the Marines actually slipped through in between the tank volleys. And yeah, this is one of the weird things about this. So again, the barracks, and I know this might be redundant for some people, but I do get asked this from time to time. The barracks allows you to see further than the tanks can see, and tanks can shoot further than they can see. This is one of the, I mean, if Blizzard hadn't designed the tank to have further damage than its vision, this would be an insanely different matchup. But basically, you use the barracks. Also, it's such a beefy structure. You can just eat a lot of damage and kind of will your way into scouting them. But that was a great play there by JYJ.
Yeah, that was very, very nice. And he backed up at the right time and everything. Like, it was a pretty solid hold from Rush. I can't really fault him.
And we'll see what happens from here, but he already has the appearance of a beginning contain here. Like, he's got stuff out there. I don't know if he's going to commit to it, but...
Yeah, because the Wraiths are out right now, you have to back up because your opponent is just going to dominate you with vision, basically, right? It's kind of like the air wars that we see between Vikings in StarCraft 2. The Viking siege tank against someone with less Vikings. Just consider him as someone with less Vikings right now. But as his army grows, and JYJ will get a bigger army. Like, his pressure did enough, and Rush had to go Wraith. So look, he's getting his 4 facts very quickly. It looks like he's getting into Vulture upgrades right now. So he should be able to take some map control and be in a good spot. Look, he's got these tanks already sieged up in a position, so Rush can't do anything to him right now. That kind of zones out any sort of attack that could ever occur.
So as the game passes on then, I mean, is this more of like a race to +2 or?
No, not so much. This is kind of like let's see when we can get our bases up. Who's going to try to get damage done versus just turtle up and expand. JYJ definitely has a little bit of an edge, but it's, you know, it's one of these positions where there's a lot of play.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Rush has a lot of things he can do. For instance, he's walking down right now. Is he going to set up a contain out here? He could. He could set it up so that JYJ, if he wants to attack, can go way around. So, yeah, he's going to set up that little contain. And JYJ is going to move back slightly. He wants to keep that high ground, though. Unless he's a madman and just walks around the map.
I think he's going to do that.
This happens sometimes where a Terran player thinks it's a good idea to just walk way around.
So you can see this is a horizontal contain. Now, this is weak if you hit it from the side. I mean, a flank will devastate this, as you basically just gun down each tank.
Yes. And you see he sent the Marines out because he knew this was a possibility. So JYJ is desperately trying to get up into a dominating position, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to.
Okay, Rush barely saves the day with one siege tank on the higher end. Because let's say JYJ actually managed to like sneak up into that area. It's so hard to win from there.
So hard.
It's a position that, I mean, we were just talking about it, but you shouldn't be able to take it, right? Can he actually intercept this? Sieging up.
Ooh, that was a nice move. JYJ, like, you can see his army movement is very, very nice. He walked up, he gave himself an opportunity to get way ahead. It didn't work, he walked back down. Now look, he has a contain up.
Yeah.
And this contain, it's pretty darn good, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a more ballooned out contain than you're used to seeing in a TVT, but it's not bad. Now, he did bleed off a couple tanks, which is, you know, when you're on 2 base versus 2 base, that's a pretty big deal. So much of this matchup, we can, if you want to do quick takes on it, it's who has more tanks in siege mode in a good position. Okay.
Looks like he's going to try to break. Because he lost those 2 tanks, this becomes very doable.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. It's mostly Vultures reinforcing. So Rush actually with a tank
Hold
advantage.
on. He might be able to plant some mines here. This is one of these ways where the game can completely turn on its head. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Beautiful play by JYJ.
Very, very nice.
It's funny, if you just have enough siege tanks in siege mode and there's not really anything else covering it, even though you're losing Vultures, you just plant a couple of mines. And, I mean, there's just not a lot you can do, you know?
Yeah. Definitely saw that there. Now, Rush is taking that base. He's taking 3 o'clock, which, if he can take that and get that to hold and also not get fully contained on the left side, that's going to be really nice, because that's one of those bases where you're not sure which way it's going to go.
Yeah.
Right? The rest of the map splits really pretty clearly, except 3 and 9. So we'll see if that works out for him.
Okay, tiny little outpost over here, trying to hold this position. Does seem like Rush is beginning to punch further and further through the contain. There's less and less tanks every time we see the horizontal contain here from JYJ. Actually, the horizontal contain is almost becoming the horizontal defense now, as Rush is basically pushing into the territory. Keep in mind this map is rotationally symmetric, so like as he pushes further down, he'll actually be in range of the mineral-only base. Now, granted, I mean, mineral-only bases are not bad in TVT, but they're not the most desirable bases. It would make much more sense to expand to 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock, depending on your position here.
Yeah,
which is what's happening, by the way.
Players definitely do prefer those. See, it seems like both sides banking a few Wraiths. JYJ, his are going to be a bit of a surprise. He hasn't shown any yet. But, of course, that can be so powerful. That's one of the strongest moves in TVT, is to come out of nowhere with Wraiths that your opponent didn't expect. Because you don't want to just be building turrets or just be building Goliaths or anything like that.
It actually is one of the same rules that you see in PvT, right? Like, Goliaths aren't really great at fighting on the ground. They're not bad, they're not terrible, but they're not what you want. What you want is tank Vulture if you're going to fight Protoss units or Terran units. Vultures, their mines are good, they can pick off weaker units.
They're fast.
They're fast, absolutely. They can reinforce very easily. They can scout. But if you're in a TVT where you're only making tank Goliath, very similar to a Terran that gets surprised by carriers, although carriers are obviously much more devastating. Same concept here if they get a bunch of Wraiths. Suddenly the Wraiths come out and, oh, I didn't have any turrets, I didn't have any Goliaths, and then you're going to lose your siege tank line. All your hard work is for nothing.
Yeah, totally. Well, we have like a lot of unit movement around the map right now. You see that it's just JYJ, for the most part, is trying to cut the map diagonally towards the top left.
Yeah.
And that is important because 3 o'clock belongs to Rush right now. So he's going to eventually need to have 9 if it goes into a game like that. Generally, it doesn't, but it's something you do have to consider. You can't let your opponent be up a gas.
So we see those Wraiths, by the way, right now taking out these tanks. By the way, Rush has kind of expanded into his contain, but JYJ is reaching really far to the left here. And he may be able to arc around and actually catch 12 o'clock when that does become the most important base, I think, in this game with these two players.
Yeah. Oh my God! Look at this. Rush actually pushing up really strongly. He's down in supply right now, but he may have found a weak point based on how big a contain JYJ is trying to make.
Now,
Sieges up quite a few.
Again, it's really hard to imagine tanks winning a fight on low ground to high ground.
Yeah.
But Rush is going to do it, and this almost seems like a moment of desperation here for Rush, where he realizes how far behind he is. And I just don't know that he's going to be able to break this.
Yeah, I don't think that he can really take that high ground. We'll see if he tries it again. But he has to be careful about this left side of the map as well. All right, so a little bit of sloppiness there. Not the finest micro.
Tanks are popping wheelies while they're fighting that. So, yeah, I mean, again, we still have a 3-base Rush. Rush, you know, he's trying to actually push all the way down here, but even these 3 tanks on the high ground, it's kind of hard to... It's hard to break that, man. There's a lot of siege tank shots that are going to be dealt. Keep in mind, we are on the brink of hitting 2-2 here.
Oh, look at this. Trying to flow down into that contain. So he's using the high ground advantage to siege up those low ground tanks.
Yeah.
Always a dangerous thing to leave your tanks in a position like that, but he brings up more of his own and looks like he will overall hold the position.
Yeah, I think Rush traded slightly better, but JYJ has more of an income.
Yeah,
and that's going to act as an accelerant here.
Rush is really starting to macro, though.
If JYJ made a mistake in this game, it could have been that moment back there. He did lose a lot of tanks. That wasn't a critical position to push him away from the low ground, right? Now, Rush is moving out on the map.
Yeah, this is really nice. You really do have to find the areas where your opponent is weak and just kind of flow into them. That's how you end up breaking some of these contains, like what JYJ has set up.
Especially when the contain gets this spread out. It's one of the moments where you realize, okay, there's just not...
Yeah. We're not at max supply. At max supply, you can contain the whole entire map.
Yes.
But, you know, when you're sitting around 150, there's going to be some holes. If you're walking around with your 150 supply army against a 150 supply contain, if the contain is this spread, of course you can break somewhere. And that's what he's looking to do right now. Picks up a science vessel, a really nice addition to his army to clear this a little bit better.
Yeah, and you can see that it's becoming these smaller and smaller tank outposts here. Again, okay, we now do have +2 here for JYJ. I wish we could check on Rush here, but... Now Rush,
he has it as well.
Rush is now taking this mineral only, but this kind of shows you how compacted his position is. He's being a Terran contortionist right now, Artosis.
I think he's broken out in a decent number of ways.
A drop over the third would be huge.
Yes. If he drops there, that might be an almost game-winning move. But look at this. Rush has a lot of units in the center right now. So he's actually starting to take control of a big chunk of the map.
But I worry there's really no way to travel over here and salvage this base.
This base is dead.
Unload it!
If he unloads it.
Yeah.
All right, the SCV is going to come down and try to fight. There's not enough other units. Oh my God, that mine hit was magnificent. Maybe he can hold it now if he sends some units up. But look, this army does need to be dealt with as well. If he can kill a couple bases with it, which is not unreasonable.
Yeah, he's going to have to go through a few more light siege defenses here. Again, with +2 here, tanks die incredibly quickly. What are those dropships doing over there?
Yeah, those got clicked out.
Something went wrong there. Yeah, that's not supposed to be the situation. Right now, it's actually... okay, it looks like I think he's going to save this.
Yeah, he'll save. He definitely lost a ton of SCVs in there, so that's painful. But he has the mineral base up, so he still has some income.
I think we're close to the end here. I think unless Rush can do a miracle here with that army right there,
yeah,
I think he's done for.
Well, I think the big problem is he's going to lose this army.
Look at this, even dropping, oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Dropping the SCVs in those tanks again. That's a lot of extra damage. Wow, even
Yeah,
the Vulture's
that's
coming
it.
in here. That I think should be it. Again, I don't know if he's going to leave. It's a TVT.
If you siege all your tanks, you never have to leave Tasis. Make your opponent get battle cruisers if you really want.
The bear is gone. You want me to make the Panda Bear guy? That's you know, Artos, that's his favorite joke.
That's my favorite.
He loves the old Panda Bear guy
so
joke.
that
yeah.
and Monkey Milk.
Monkey Milk was
Just-
another one, yeah.
Monkey Milk coming out my nose.
That was
Tasis.
peak comedy right there,
Peak
okay?
comedy. I miss the days.
Oh, did he actually shot down one of those mines. It's pretty sick. So Rush is going to try to come back here. The problem is the drop ships and droppable units are plentiful in this game.
Yeah.
And there are so many bases that Rush would have to stamp out and so many well-defended areas. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, JYJ has shown a lot of power just in the speed with which he took all these bases and saturated them. So even though Rush has taken chunks of the map and like carved a hole into JYJ's so-called containment, JYJ now, it doesn't even matter that his containment isn't up because he has way more and dropships to reinforce areas.
We're really seeing why Rush is just a weaker TVT player. This is almost like, oh, hold on, let's see how this goes. This is a cute technique. I think he sieged the first tank up too far back.
And the second one too. The two D-Matrix tanks are the only ones out of range of the tanks.
Yeah, this is kind of weird. I mean, he'll still win this fight, but you can see he's not very good at TVT fights.
Well, yeah, and to be fair, like these types of battles take place over like 3 actual screens. We're zoomed out here.
Right, that's very true.
For parts of it, so like sometimes that can happen, but yeah, I mean, when you're D-Matrixing twice, you need to make use of that. Okay, well, he brings over siege tanks here, so he's going to save the bottom left bases. This is a very good move from Rush if he can break this. Yeah, looks like
Okay,
he'll
nice.
take it out.
He will break this. He might actually want to try dropping on top of the tanks.
Yeah, at this point, all he needs to do is
he just needs to kill this army up, yeah.
Honestly, I think if he, like, redirected this, like if he just sent dropships to drop a base or the main of Rush, that can work too. He can give up a base. It's not the biggest deal. These units that Rush has down at 6, those are stuck, basically. He can clean those up later. But if he goes and does any more damage to Rush, like, I don't think Rush can recover.
Yeah, I mean, the supplies really do tell the story here. JYJ was maxed out a second before this fight, and Rush is just barely getting by here. And I have to imagine the SCV count is way better here for JYJ.
Oh, yes. that's for sure. Rush has lost a lot of SCVs this game. All right, he's going for a big drop, probably to the main base.
Yeah, I would imagine.
And once that goes out, I think we'll see probably an insta-GG.
Or maybe he's going to go for the 3rd, or the mineral, I should say. I guess it's the 4th base, technically.
It's okay. It's an okay move. I think dropping the main is the ultimate.
I'm surprised we haven't had another drop over here in the center right.
Oh, there weren't that many tanks here. Maybe this was a better place.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have nothing but tanks in there, but...
Yeah, figured it'd be a lot of tanks and some Goliaths, and that's better for dropping the main. When it's more vultures, a place like this can be better.
Wow, okay, he's going to keep trying to push forward here. Actually, taking way more kills here than I thought he would. JYJ, this is not going to last much longer, but this is a lot of damage.
Yeah, okay, so Rush, I mean, he has been sitting at just over 100 supply for a really long time here. JYJ has a gigantic bank, way more supply. All right, he's bringing, this is a lot of 7 dropships coming over. We'll be able to clear this. Got 3-2 upgrades here for Rush, so I mean, he's upgrading well. And
GG, at last. That is a TVT.
Yeah.
Rush was behind for the majority of the game, but JYJ did have to parry every attack correctly so that he couldn't come back into it.
I think that JYJ's opener was really well planned. Just the forward 11 racks to keep pressure on his opponent. I think that Rush is not going to do something like double center barracks. That's more of a lay to play. And that's the only thing that would hard counter what JYJ did there. Whereas JYJ, against a lot of builds, actually gets ahead. We saw him get ahead early on here. And then just kind of make better plays in general than Rush did, I think.
can feel the pressure here for Rush. I mean, he's a very good player, but this is kind of like a proving grounds here. I mean,
well, round of 8 in ASL is the biggest deal.
Yeah. But I mean, you got to be able to pass a TVT. Right now, if Rush loses one more game, he's out of the ASL. Let's see what happens.
시즌 10 게임 준비 완료. 링잉 블룸에서 게임을 시작합니다.
All right, top right, JYJ. Top left, we have Rush. So Ringing Bloom, definitely a good map for Command Center first. Of course, you have to be a little bit nervous if your opponent does, you know, BBS or something.
Doesn't look
Maybe
like we have that here, but
yeah. The thing is, you're going up a ramp, and there's only one build that you're going to kill.
Yeah, that's
so.
If they don't do that, then it's like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, Command Center first is definitely better than Gasless Expand if you get away with both. But the Gasless Expand is a fine choice in that type of situation. If you think your opponent actually has it within him to do the double. Let me put it this way. If either player was against Leda, they would not go Command Center first here.
Yeah. That's why I was wondering if we are going to have it in this game here. But it looks like it will not happen.
Yeah. I wonder if both of them are going to command first. Or if we're going to see any of the... I can't imagine anyone taking a gas before their command center. There's just, you don't die to anything, you know?
Unless there's some very special attack we don't know about.
Oh, JYJ is actually going to do a forward 11 racks again.
So what's your take on this? This is, by the way, guys, you know, when you do the forward 11 racks, you get an earlier scout. The barracks is like the overlord.
Oh, yeah, with that. Yeah.
So it's important to know is even if you scout with your barracks, you get there later. So they sort of get to make a pretty critical decision before you do. But there's a little bit of risk involved. I mean, if you lose the SCV in the middle of the map, it's really, 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 really bad.
Well, it's forward 11, and it's actually the closest spawn is where Rush is. So this is as good as he can hope for. And, oh, okay, so Rush is actually scouting in the wrong direction as well, it looks like. So he's going to find this super late. He's going to find out this is happening when Marines are in his base. But it's forward 11 racks with the command center. Okay, so no gas.
Yeah,
I was going to say.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be with gas. Yeah.
I couldn't think. Well, I was saying I'd be shocked if anyone got a gas before their command because it doesn't truly make sense.
So this is, in some ways, it's much safer than BBS. But you can get in there and start to really hurt them early on and really be quite disruptive.
Yeah, you might be able to.
And every game we have with JYJ where he gets a little bit of an edge against other Terran players, he just kills them.
Yeah, his TVT is quite strong. But, okay, so JYJ is going to put on a little bit of pressure with this. And, you know, he's taking a slightly slower command. So he does need to do a little bit of damage with it at least. Or Rush would just be ahead. Because 14 command centers... really, really good. Okay, he sees the bunker. He needs to pull some SCVs, I think, to fight.
Again, you can see the Marines don't really kill SCVs very quickly. But this is, again, very disruptive. Good save with that SCV, too.
Very impressive.
Good mind moving there.
So he's killed 2 SCVs, I want to say?
I think 3.
Was it 3?
I think so.
The third bust was... JYJ's SCV dying.
Does he want to run up when the 3rd Marine's here? It seems like he could get there right before.
He might poke to see, but it should be enough for Rush to hold on.
Well, he hasn't made a bunker or anything, right?
Yeah, I think he skipped making a bunker here. You know, by the amount of Marines that came, it's only 1 barracks.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So you're not really afraid because you have 1 barracks and high ground and SCVs. All right, so 3 Marines are going to pop up like you suggested.
Well, the barracks is already lifted off.
Yeah, and this is a bit annoying.
You have to bring your SCVs you're not mining with these SCVs.
And he lands the racks to make a 3rd. He lost a lot of mining time. I think after all of this, it's It feels like slight advantage JYJ, but pretty close.
Again, going for more SCVs here. Looks like he's barely going to be driven away before that last SCV's killed, but that was really good. I mean, it's not like it's an insane lead for JYJ, but I think the opener went pretty well.
Yeah.
He's also stopped the barracks from scouting. Now, this SCV will get in here to scout. He needs to get something in there to get an idea of what's actually going on in this game.
Yeah, and that SCV sees that it's a Vulture without an add-on being made, so he knows to pull back his Marines right now, and he'll be completely safe. In fact, Rush scouts the starport as well. That's a really nice scout for him.
This is an uncomfortable moment in a pro match when that SCV gets in there like this late. You're basically supposed to be stopping that always.
You know everything right now.
Yeah.
He has full information. There's not a single secret from him. You can see where all the minerals were spent.
So the armory's coming along now.
Yeah.
We have a Vulture, 2 Vultures actually, bouncing off of 2 add-ons but coming across the map.
Standard issue. All right, Vulture going to pop up here, see what it can get done.
How many Marines can you kill with a Vulture in a situation like this?
There's good counter micro nowadays. Once upon a time, it was like 5 Marines could be killed by a single Vulture. Now I would say it's a little bit less than that. I can...
What is the counter micro that's been
you overmove, where it's like you're running away from the Vulture, and as it gets closer, you turn around and run towards it, but not fire, and then attack move.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah, you can fight Vultures a little bit better. They still wreck Marines, though.
Yeah.
I forget how many it used to be, like back when people didn't know how to micro Marines correctly, but knew how to micro Vultures. It was a lot, though. It was a lot.
There's been periods of time
Maybe it was 6.
where people really figured out how to control something in such a way, like mutas, or people have gotten so good with Reaver control, as an example.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he saves the barracks. How sick is that? That is cute.
A couple Goliaths popping out on
Oh,
both
I
sides.
thought he was going to be making tanks. Okay.
I think he will. I think he just popped those out as kind of a little bit of a safety precaution. He doesn't have as much intel. And if you can kill the racks, that's huge. Doesn't get it,
keep in mind, guys, you can't make a factory without having a barracks. So when you have these scouting raxes like this, if they just kill that, and maybe you were about to make a bunch of factories because your macro kicked in, ugh.
Yeah, and it takes 50 seconds to remake, so that is a long, long time. A couple more factories going down. Dropship is out right now for JYJ. Ah, that's why he made the Goliaths, for the dropship.
Good play.
Yeah, Goliath drops are very, very strong. That actually, at one point in time, many years ago, like 2005, 2006-ish, I want to say, maybe all the way up through the beginning of 2008, Goliath drop was the opener in Terran vs. Terran. It was the strongest thing that you could do early the game.
Now, from here, I mean, both players are going to continue to try to expand and grow on the map, but is there any kind of key location you want to be looking for? It seems like both 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock are pretty desirable, but...
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think I've seen a TVT on this map.
Yeah, I wonder about the middle, too, here with the double gases.
Yeah.
It seems like you could take that and just keep on containing.
Well, it looks like it plays a bit like Fighting Spirit, but it's a bit more open.
Yeah.
So, like, Fighting Spirit is a map where you can actually get into games where the end of the game is all fighting over the center.
Yeah.
It's hard to get there, but it can occur. So I could see that being like the end game here.
Rush is going to set up the first contain here. He's moving out. We see a pretty timid JYJ on the map. I don't see his army out yet. It's just now leaving.
This is pretty nice.
Yeah, this is
That's
great
really
for Rush.
annoying. He tries to sack the Vulture to get that kill. Okay, well, this is a bit of a contained setup. Of course, he's already got dropship tech out. Wow, that's a really heavy anti-drop there, even going to float a building to make sure nothing can get in. Ooh, a little bit sloppy there. Okay, picks off the tank.
So this is the first time we're really seeing a moment where oh, I love the tank coming in there. This is a moment where JYJ is actually on the back foot. The question is, can Rush keep the advantage? Right? Now, dropships are already out in pairs, by the way. I love taking that very, very remote base there, by the way. I think this is something you really got to do when you get really, really behind. Now, just the nature of these positions, gosh, it's really enticing to try to drop that natural, right?
Yeah.
Over there for JYJ. Even though there's going to be turrets over there, I mean, if you can unload, it's such a headache. It might allow JYJ to break free here.
Yeah, I don't think he'll drop there. That's like way too much defense. But if he can find anywhere reasonable to unload, it's going to be really strong. But look at this.
Oh my God.
The thing is, Rush knows that he's got to be flying around dropships. The containment Rush has forces this type of play.
Yeah, that's very true.
So if Rush, like, he's doing a very good zone time.
Nice.
Yeah. He's doing a very good job zoning the dropships out of doing any damage. Look at this. He's mirroring their movement. He knows how quick they are. This is great play. This is fantastic from Rush.
Got to be careful. These Goliaths can kill dropships so quickly. Insta unload here by JYJ, and he's now unleashed on the map.
Yeah, he's got a nice little group here.
Gosh, I feel like those tanks are both in range of each other. Yeah. So when your tank fires, it also gives them a little bit of vision. Anything that shoots at you, this is quite different from StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
You get vision of it as if it was there. So there's this whole situation where one player might have a Goliath or a Vulture, an SCV a little bit further out. That gets shot at, and then the other tanks fire back.
Yes. It's a very common tactic.
Where negligent play gets rewarded.
Nice move there from Rush, but JYJ's starting to ferry some units down. I think what he'll want to do is just set up the bottom right a little bit so that it's not easily breakable. Because he needs that base mining. Otherwise, he will just lose.
Now, dropship play, even when you're contained, can sometimes lead to a win.
Yeah,
it's a lot of times.
That's how Sharp wins games.
It disrupts the yin and yang of the offense and defense in a way where it can cause a real weakness. Where, like, let's say you drop at a key location, they need to take some of the tanks out of the middle, and then boom, you've burst out and broken the contain.
Yeah.
And you can basically flip the game upside down.
The dropships can do a lot. They can help to break the contain itself. They can go on the offensive somewhere. They can reinforce locations. See, he's reinforcing there. He sent some units down the bottom, buried out a dropship of SCVs to saturate the base. Now Rush gonna come over to this area. Yeah, a lot of scans coming down from Rush. He's trying to figure out what's going on because he knows that JYJ has to have a base right now. You wouldn't still be on two bases. You would have had to make a move.
By the way, we've got a real hard contain coming up here at the top.
Yeah.
A hard contain is when you actually have turrets involved. Like it's, oh, hold on. Big attack coming in here. Right now, Rush thinks he's attacking the soon-to-be third base here of JYJ. JYJ, in fact, has a hidden base further south here. And it looks like all the tanks have been cleaned up, but here come more drop ships. Possibly able to recover this position. I only see 2 tanks. I don't see anywhere near enough here. I almost wonder if he should have dropped on top of the tanks.
He shouldn't. He would lose everything there. That's
really?
Way more than enough for Rush to just knock him out. I feel like all he should do here is evacuate. Just bring, drop the tanks so the Goliaths can't kill your command center. Get the command center down to the bottom right main. Drop your units there. Drop your SCVs there. Take the L at this position. Right? You're not going to be able to go back and forth anymore, which means you need a healthy amount of units in the bottom right so you don't get busted before, excuse me, before you can make your next big move. But Rush is really closing in on him right now. Even though we see JYJ has more supply, positionally he is in a hard spot.
He spotted that base. He scanned down there and he does see it. Big play here to try to break this.
This is good.
Yeah, this is actually a huge moment here. Because this will allow him to then take 12 if he needs it, and he needs something pretty quickly here. But I will say, I think Rush is playing a really good game here. Rush is in the lead. The problem is Rush is just barely about to get his 4th base up. The naturals are mineral. Oh, no, they're not. They're not mineral only.
Only the 3rd bases are mineral only.
That's what I'm thinking. Okay, yeah. When I say natural, yeah, I didn't
one
actually mean
outside
that.
your
Yeah,
ramp,
the one on the low ground.
Yeah, so JYJ setting up that position is super, super strong. But he's still kind of fractured, right? He has to move around via dropship, which does, I agree with you. I think that Rush is winning right now, but it might not be for much longer.
It does look like he's going to drop somewhere big here. This is like all the dropships that have been made the entire game.
It's got like 9 dropships there.
Yeah. And I think that while these tanks are in the middle, he's going to go for the natural.
Oh, this is insane.
This is completely nuts.
If he goes in there, he's losing every dropship just about. Okay, gotta drop off some more units here. He wants to hold this position. These are weird areas that we're seeing them fight over.
We don't normally see fights in bottlenecks like this.
Yeah. I feel like Rush, what Rush has tried to do here since he got the good contain, he spent a lot of money trying to force the contain to win the game rather than utilize the contain to get way ahead.
Yeah, I think you're totally correct on that.
And JYJ has kind of wiggled himself out of it enough that I think the game is, it's still just slightly Rush favored, but it's getting a lot closer now.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, normally when the contain gets set up, what's scary is if you can pull the curtain back and see how many bases they have. But in this case, it's actually fairly even. It's a position that hasn't really been capitalized on.
He had taken some more bases that might have done better for him.
I mean, look at this position that we're fighting over.
This is so weird.
This is so bizarre looking.
Well, this is him trying to force a win off of only the contain. And the thing is, if you can cut off the dropships from the bottom right, it's like, well, what do? Do you build factories in the bottom right? Like, is that how you're going to defend there? That gets a little bit sketch.
So, I don't even know. It's like almost all of his tanks are just there behind minerals at that base, but it's not going to be easy for Rush to kill either.
He has so many dropships, tasteless.
How many units are actually outside the front door of JYJ?
Not that many. He actually could break that at this point.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see here.
He's actually starting to realize that there's too many units of Rush everywhere, so that means there's not enough units of Rush everywhere.
There has to be a soft spot somewhere.
Yes. There's been enough battles in these weird spots with like 20 tanks in them that it's like, well, that means there is somewhere that's weak.
So he's going to load up some more. Again, this is really good dropship play. The weird thing is we have a contain that is more centered around the production of the factories than it is JYJ's growth on the map. I mean, if you look in the bottom right, he just like, that's his, you know?
Yeah. It's kind of funny. It could have been broken possibly before, but
should he just drop these tanks over here? I don't know TVT that well. I feel like if he just comes through here and kills that, suddenly all these siege tanks are up on the map.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it's not bad. Like the siege tanks that are behind the minerals can't help anything right now, but they give him a flight path to the bottom right.
He's going to drop in over here.
Oh, that's kind of an interesting play right there, isn't it?
Well, there's nothing down here to defend, is there?
He's got 4 tanks, I want to say, in the main base, so he can bring them over and maybe shell some of these.
Oh, are there that many tanks there? I didn't realize that.
I think that he has 4. Yeah, there they are. So, yeah, I guess he's not going to be able to mine from that base anymore.
Again, it's funny, this contain is barely here for Rush, but it's working, you know? I wonder how much JYJ is
siege
actually...
right there. That's good.
And now this is so funny because he's almost surrounded the contain here.
Yeah,
So surrounded Rush's contain is what I mean to say.
That's actually a really good point. Because he has them in... If he gets into a position where he cuts off reinforcements that contain, he can then just kind of mass up and then kill that contain, and then suddenly that right side of the map is almost completely his again. That would be a really strong move. You're right, Tasteless. This is the best matchup, and it's a lot like Go. I know you've been saying it for a long time, but watching this game, it's just beautiful.
Excuse me. Rush is trying to break through, and you can see he can hit from multiple sides here because that was surrounded. But
I think he needs more dropships.
I do wonder what exactly the game plan is here for JYJ in the long run. It seems like Rush is so winning right now.
He is flying around with, like, it could be up to 100 supply in those dropships.
Here we go. At last, he's going to take my advice.
Finally.
Finally.
That was a good move.
Yeah.
There's no question. Now he's freed up that gas base, and I mean he can start cutting down through the bottom of the map, I think.
Yeah, but he's going to try to break through here at 12 o'clock, and I mean these tanks are so far away from home. And this is one of the few bases that JYJ is mining from right now.
Yeah, I think that JYJ right now, he needs to cut the bottom of the map up. If all these units for Rush are up here, he needs to be elsewhere. He needs to hit bottom left. Fly right through, no problem.
It was like one of those action movies where the hero's shot several times, but he's basically fine. Now this is a big moment because he can drop onto the high ground.
Oh, you can't counter drop this.
I don't think so.
You shouldn't be able to. Is that all he has in those dropships?
I thought there was going to be more for sure.
Sometimes when you have too many of them, yeah, he has more. They glitch out where they won't drop. You got to spread them sometimes to get all the units out.
So this can hit that 2 bases, and I think you can't realistically drop it. And this actually, if JYJ wins the game, it'll be starting from this point on.
Yes. Yes, it will be.
But again, Rush is, I would call this outpost Terran versus Terran, where it's no longer about contain. It's about like these weird positions they both control, and they're too awkward to try to take out.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, center base. We've done it.
I think that
we made it, boys.
I think that's pretty good. He's actually making dropships here, and Rush is maxed out. He needs to clear that bottom left. That's the most important thing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look. Okay, so let's go big picture here, because the base just a little bit above this is going to die. Center left is under the control here of Rush and the mineral only. He does have a bigger army, but
he might,
right now JYJ can kind of just sort of a little bit hang on.
You think Rush might just go for like a kill in the main or something after this? Like clear this space, maybe do a massive drop into the main?
I'm just not sure.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit wild right now.
So, well, let's I hope we get a shot of this base over here on the bottom left. So that CC is gone. This can't mine. There are some SCVs here. Again, Rush is maxed out. So the problem is, even though I think JYJ has played a crafty, smart game, Rush is just too big to fail, I think. The only thing is, minerals and gas are kind of sparse. I know that some of you guys are like, I can't believe they have 800 minerals. I would have spent that. But realistically, a couple fights go really, really well here for JYJ, and maybe he takes out the middle. You don't have anything to mine from. Now, that being said, JYJ is only mining from 1 base, bottom right. And I don't know how rich that is. I also missed, actually, 6 o'clock is under the control of Rush.
Yeah,
JYJ should be dead soon here.
Yeah, it does look that way. He put up quite a nice fight, right? Like, that drop in the bottom left made me think maybe there was hope to win. But now we see there's not a lot left going on.
Yeah, he could just drop the drops.
That's the give-up drop.
GG.
Okay. Only 22 minutes?
Let's go to game 3.
These guys are amateurs.
Well, it's good to see Rush come back. Wouldn't it be cool if he actually won in game 3 and moved on?
Well, I think he makes a bigger splash in the next round, to be honest.
Yeah.
Than JYJ would. JYJ is very good. It's hard to imagine him winning a best of 5 that's really heavily planned by one of the best players in the world. Whereas Rush, I'm like, oh yes. You give him like a Protoss or a Zerg, ooh, that's going to be a good series.
So we're going to go on an optimizer. Now, I really don't know TVT on this map. I'm very curious to see what the builds are going to be. It does seem like it's one of these maps where drops are even more important.
Yes, drops are insane on this map. You know, you have like those low ground ice things outside of naturals and stuff. So definitely a lot of that.
Okay, let's go into it. JYJ versus Rush, the last game of Group A. The loser is out, and the winner goes on to the 2nd spot in the round of 8 of the ASL.
Yeah, this has been highly contested, very close indeed. JYJ, of course, won the first time that they met tonight in that best of 1. Rush fighting back pretty well that game. He did have that command center first opener, where you get the nice contain up very, very quickly. And some good defense against the drop of JYJ that he was going for, that quick 4 Goliath drop. Stuff like that can be a double-edged sword, you know?
TVT is an exhausting matchup, and it's been a long night here tonight. It's about 10:25 right now. We started at 7 here. And TVT really is a matchup about stamina. That's another thing, too. Sometimes you have players who play really well early on in a StarLeague group, but kind of fall off at the end, you know?
Yeah. Absolutely. Different people specialize in different parts of the game.
That's right. I think there's been some kind of a delay here. I believe it's on Rush's end. I'm not sure what the deal is. But this should be fixed pretty quickly, and then we'll be hopping into this game.
Yeah, you know, for Optimizer, I do think it's going to be mass dropship again.
I think it has to be.
But I wonder if there's one of them that really doesn't want to play that and maybe wants to switch that up a little bit. Right?
That'd
Like maybe you want to do something more aggressive in the early game. It's hard to do aggressive things though. Even if you get a contain up, your opponent has 3 gases.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like already one of the things that contains do well, which is deny additional gas. They have 3 gases. They can make anything they want. You can go tanks and wraiths. Right? Like you can easily go dropships. It's not an issue. Gas is definitely a very important thing in TVTs. I'd say especially on a map like this, there's the more wide open maps, you can kind of get away with making lots of vultures and trading aggressively with them, but I don't think this is one of those maps.
Our game is ready. JYJ versus Rush. The final match between these two starts now.
옵티마이저에서 게임을 시작합니다.
Okay, so both players hug at the left side of the map here. Rush is in the bottom, and JYJ is in the top. So there's 2 gases that you start out with here. Now, I was all talking about how maybe Terran wants to take the 2 gases right away. I don't know what that's like in TVT. Is there any possibility of, like, something special with 1 base?
Okay.
That you could
That's a good question.
Could you, like, be like, aha, 3 starports?
You could technically, yes.
Did I just break the game?
No.
Is Flash paying attention? Is he gonna? He's like, I have to stop on my random play because Tasteless's build is super duper sick.
I hope that happens, Tasteless, because I could use him back in the Terran race. But honestly, with the double gas, I guess that the thing that could occur that I hadn't thought of at all, because I don't think I've seen TVTs on this map yet, but one of the ways that you sometimes try to punish with a factory expansion, a fast expand build, such as a command center first or especially a gasless expand, is to go siege tank wraith with some marines. And gas is heavily the limiter there, where it's hard to make, you can't make non-stop siege tanks and non-stop wraiths and get cloak off of 1 gas. But with 2 gases, you absolutely could do something like that. Now, I don't know that we'll see that because that's purely execution-based and a really, like, I don't know. I feel like if you're in the deciding game and you're ready to pull that out.
You're trying to do a cool guy build?
Yeah, you're trying to be so cool at that build, and it's like, well, if you siege 1 millimeter too close, you lose.
Okay.
So you have to be, you know, I don't think we're going to see that come into play, but it would be cool. We do have a gas opener from Rush. After a couple of very greedy expansions going for the gas. Maybe he has a double gas opener, Tasteless. Maybe it's 3-port Wraith.
It's going to be 3-port Wraith.
That would be crazy.
Known as Tasselport.
Tasselport.
Tasselport, yeah. It was this great Protoss philosopher who mused about it. But
yeah.
He
had invisible men and he thought about invisible planes.
That's right. He's the one that made it from wood and stone, that brought it to life, that made the legend come true. Tasselport.
Dude, I want to see 3-port Tasteless. I really do.
It's a cool idea, right? Like, you probably can do it once and then never again.
Yeah, it would be something.
You discard
like that.
the build into the
the
bins of history, of esports history.
In this group, I would definitely consider having a build like that for this map.
Yeah.
Why not?
Tasselport.
Tasselport. If only these guys were closer friends with you, Tasteless.
That's true.
It's like they beat you TVP, and then you're like, hold on.
And
you choose
they
Terran
yeah.
and bash them with Tasselport.
Yeah, yeah. They're all sitting around me going, Tazis, we know that we can beat you, but you are smarter than us. So tell us what you think. We know that they're all Korean pros. So they're like, we know that you're older and so your hands don't work as fast, but please tell us.
Yeah.
Tell us the wisdom. And I'm looking at him, and then I look away and I take a dart and I throw it right on a bullseye. And I say 3-port Wraith.
That's the build.
And light a cigar.
That's how you choose all your builds. It's a very nice little micro move there. They moved forward to give the SCV a gap that it could walk through, then walked back to block it. So pushes that back, no scouting. You're pretty sure he made the command, but you didn't see it. What do you do? Probably the same thing anyways.
Now on 4 bases, what about 5-port Wraith? What about that?
Well, actually, that's where you start to get realistic again. When you get like a really big economy TBT,
yeah,
it is quite fashionable to just suddenly be like, oh, like 5 or 6 port Wraith, like in another main.
Yeah.
You just make a bunch of ports. They're super easy to make. You don't need add-ons because you already have an add-on on the port in your main. And you just suddenly are like, oh, look at this. I have this hilarious amount, like 2 groups of Wraiths. 2 groups of Wraiths. A Wraith doesn't do any damage against ground. But you got 24 Wraiths flying around. They annihilate.
So, you know, this map is funny in how it's shaped, right? It's got this weird hourglass shape to it in the middle. How much are contains important here? Is it truly just more about drops and trying to kind of get initiative, get tempo?
Yeah, I think it is, because you can't really, like those icy parts, those icy bits at 3 and 9, like if you drop tanks there, you kill your opponent's base, and there's a base in there with a gas. So like the middle movement of the map isn't going to be as important. So Rush putting on a little bit of pressure there.
Okay, so from here, expansion ordering. I mean, does anybody actually want to take the center left? Is that a position you want to try to fight for, or do you just start to curve? Because look, I mean, expansions, as far as location goes, it seems like it's actually almost comically simple on this map, right?
Yeah.
Like each player ticks an expansion further to the right.
Yeah, 6 o'clock and 12 o'clock are going to be the places that they go to. That middle one, that 9 o'clock, it wouldn't even make sense to try to take it. Because if you're holding that, what are you... Like, it doesn't even make sense, because that area should be fought over in an aggressive manner.
Yeah.
So, like, to try to have SCVs down there mining just doesn't make sense, because you're very likely... Your opponent's very likely to put a ton of pressure there if you're there, and if you're not there, as well. So, to also make a command center there, it's... Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, a metaphor for this. It's like you don't make a water bottling plant at a dirt factory.
Whoa.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. There you go. That's it.
Well, we actually have the first... I didn't think this was going to happen, but Rush is like, check out this.
Yeah, he's like, check out this, and then JYJ is like, sure, LOL,
He's
and
like,
he brings his dropship over
at
here.
each base. Hello. Oh, Goliaths.
Yeah, and then one Goliath comes up to fight with the SCVs.
Look at him, he's like a Protoss player.
Tell
What
me
are
how
those
good
Reavers? Boop.
Hey, so tell me how good that contain's doing for him right now. It's pretty useful, huh?
It's awesome, right?
Why is he running from 2 Goliaths?
Yeah.
He's like, oh no, a second Goliath.
He might shoot my dropship down.
My 4 Goliaths can't beat that.
Yeah.
He has another dropship.
Yeah.
You see those 4 tanks just sitting there? Doing absolutely nothing.
What about the 2 tanks sitting over there, though?
Those will do something.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, these are the areas that are actually important.
Oh, Artosis. Oh! Geronimo! He's going to come in here and attack. Oh, he's going to get the tank.
Smash.
Oh, nice! The micro.
Oh, he does have the range, actually. But yeah, this is pretty painful for Rush.
He's getting the gas. He's going to have to take... Oh, he already took the other gas in the man. Normally when I'm casting, I'm like, well, he only has 1 gas. I'm like, it's fine. He's got a 2nd gas in his main. No problem. Chill out, guys.
Okay, forces that back for now. But I feel like they are basically answering everything that we were talking about.
Yeah, I agree.
And he's going to go ahead and take that
Island.
base. Which actually, I mean, in this situation, considering like Rush is doing a containment, yeah, why not? You have complete control of the area. He's not going dropship. I guess you can take that base in this type of situation.
I feel like this is just really hard to pull off as Rush here. It seems like, you know, with obviously with Terran having scan, you just sort of look at the weak spot and fight there.
Yeah.
You know,
this is the type. This is like a much older school style of game that we're seeing
from Rush, or just both these guys.
No, from JYJ, because the map is shaped in such a way. A lot of the older maps had huge amounts of abusable terrain, like that right there, where you're like, yeah, no, I don't know, I just siege 2 tanks here. LOL, they kill a whole army. And like, oh, look at this. There's like a gully below your command center, so I can kill that from down here with a dropship. Haha. Most maps weren't like that anymore, and then things like these big contains from Rush came around. But Rush is playing like this is a different looking map. This is not, in fact, Fighting Spirit.
Oh, he's gonna intercept.
Ooh, good catch there.
Woo! Thought he might get one more out.
Not quite.
So the third base being up now. That's going to be a 4th gas, Artosis.
4th gas.
What about 7 port Wraith? What do you think?
He could do it. I mean, you can.
That's called tasteless port.
Yeah, you can do 2 ports per gas, I guess, right? 8 port Wraith.
You only want to get battle cruisers in this if the map is sealed off on either side, right?
Generally, yeah.
There's not like a moment where you're on like 4 or 5 bases and you're like, battle cruisers.
Some people do, but it's not really that good, because if your opponent can just get more bases, they can overwhelm you.
Oh, you can land up there.
Oh my god. JYJ. All of his hopes, his dreams, his aspirations.
Yeah, he's about to become GGGGG.
JYGYG.
That's called Tassel G.
Tassel G.
Yeah, it's actually a word. Okay, so
it's
now
pronounced tassel.
Yeah, tassel. So now he can start hitting the depots. This is one of the funny things is, you know, we think of StarCraft so much as a game of killing expansions. If you blow up all their depots, that's another way to lose the game too.
Yeah, that's how Protoss normally does it.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like he's defended this. Definitely some damage taken. Don't forget, though, he has a clean 3rd base mining. We don't have that for Rush yet, so even though Rush did some damage there, it's maybe not as impactful as it looks. Also, JYJ doing the exact same thing, knocking out some of these depots. A couple supply blocks pro gamers here. Luckily, because of their opponents, not because of themselves.
Uh-oh. Rush is going to be able to take out this base over here, and I don't know if... funnily enough, if JYJ is able to save this. By the way, every unit that's killed, it like puts you really far back because depots aren't done.
Can't replace these things right now.
Good thing he's going to lose all these SCVs so we can start making tanks again. That's how he's going to win this. It's like, don't kill his SCVs, no!
Wow, you really are an optimist, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, this is...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Drop the drop. That's how you win TVT. You drop their drop.
Just dropships unloading next to each other nonstop.
Look at this. Rush is going to win. Rush is going to move on.
Yeah, I think you're actually right.
Yeah. Oh, that's exciting, because I want to see Rush in the other matchups. But I think Rush also, this is a really good proving ground, right? Like, he actually says, okay, no, I can beat good players TVT. It takes me a while to warm up.
Yeah,
you know?
well.
I got to lose 2 dramatically long TVTs, and I go, okay, no, I got it. My hands are warmed up now.
Well, you know, I honestly, I think that he misplayed a lot of times here with the contain that didn't make too much sense. He took a bunch of damage. He let JYJ get like a base up for a long time. But this drop up here did a lot. He caught 2 dropships, 3 dropships full of units, actually, this game so far. So that is a huge amount of damage done as well. But JYJ, he's still fighting. We're going to see if he can make something happen. He did some damage to Rush too.
So if JYJ comes back, where does he need to hit? I don't even know where his dropships. Just in the main.
He needs another base. Is the main #1 thing.
There's a. Okay, hold on. He's gonna try to fight over here. Let's see if the bear gets killed by Splash. He's like, kill me, please. I have vertigo.
He's actually targeting the bear.
Yeah. Whoa. Kind of messed up. Okay, so he's gonna drop right over here. Drop him.
That's gonna win it, I think. That is such a good drop.
He's gonna be dropping G's next. All right. Well, I still got it. It's a good thing I'm here to cast this TVT, so you guys really.
You've been very helpful.
Thank you.
I do appreciate it.
Wow. Well, JYJ, despite almost getting out first, it looks like he's primed to lose this.
Well, you say that, but let's see if his tanks are sieged, because you don't actually have to leave if you're there.
Oh, I love that Rush is taking that base over there.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Island base, I think it's great. I think that JYJ might not even check there for a little bit. So right now, JYJ has to get this base up. There's more drop ships than people watching the stream right now. That's so many drop ships. He's going to come in there. He is going to hit that base up there at 12. What are the upgrades at it? +2's not here yet, right?
I
or
think
maybe
neither player has +2, if I had to guess. This game has been so wonky. I mean, there's a science facility out, so it should be started. You should always have +2 by 14 minutes for sure, but...
Yeah, but it's been such a scrappy game. Oh, that's interesting. I guess you got to go where they're least likely to expect it. Uh-oh. This seems like a suicide mission.
Yeah. He's going over to the SCVs, which are like the best fighting units Terran has.
Yeah, but he's behind the minerals.
Oh, God, yeah.
That's like the best. Look at how sweet that spot is.
He couldn't even unload on this.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. He can't unload. How funny. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, my God. Yeah, I thought for sure this was like a...
He's dropping out SCVs now on the drop. Oh, my God. Just brutal. And that's going to be it. Look at he's laughing.
He's the evil laugh. He's like, ah, ha, 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 ha. Round of 8 is fine.
Well, that's a huge result for him.
I think Elias needs just a little bit more range. Like one more screen of range.
That would... You know what?
GG.
We could make it so no one made deals. 4 carriers.
Yeah.
I could actually kill Arbiters with them then.
You'd be able to shoot down their floating buildings from inside their base.
All right, Rush.
GG, Rush does it. And this is exciting because, like we were saying earlier, I mean, Rush is very weak in TVT. He got out of a Terran group, beating Terrans.
Well, this makes it very exciting because I honestly think that he can cause some upsets. I do value him really highly in his TVP and TVZ, so I'm excited to see who he's going to play next. It's going to be a best of 5. It's going to be a planned series. He can bring his absolute best plays. The odds of him playing a Terran are almost 0.
You're right.
It would have to be Light. Isn't Light the only other Terran in the tournament now?
I think so, right? Is there someone else?
No, he's the last one. Yeah. I'm 99% sure that Light is the only other Terran.
Rush wins. We're going to go to an interview now with Rush and see how he's feeling. What a dramatic day, but a very exciting one. And the players that are, you know, not just the old school greats are getting better and better. Yeah. And that's great for the storyline of StarCraft and the history of StarCraft.
Rush has been really good for a long time, but he's continuing to improve. Remember, he was the guy that made the ID ASL 5 champ Rush. We're on ASL 10. He's in the round of 8.
Yeah, he just needed to get a multiplier of 2 in there.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you guys missed the earlier part of the show when we were kind of summarizing what the group was like, Rush is really good at TVZ and TVP, so he has a lot of real potential. To move on here.
ASL 시즌 10 16강 A조 경기 모두 함께 하셨습니다.
The second player to advance to the round of 16 is Rush.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations. Thank you.
첫 8강을 이뤄내셨는데요. 정말 힘든 과정이었던 것 같습니다.
It's your very first quarterfinals.
6경기를 치르셨습니다.
It looked like it was a tough day for you as well.
그래도 생애 첫 ASL
You had 6 Terran vs. Terran games.
지금 기분이 어떠세요?
How do you feel now?
내내 마지막 게임이 너무 불리하다고 생각이 돼가지고 여기까지인가라는 생각을
The match I had, the last game, I thought, oh, I might not be able to win this. I thought I was really losing control of the game.
이긴 것 같아서 너무 지금 믿기지가 않아요, 사실 지금.
But that last big attack I did, that really worked out for me. I can't believe I actually pulled that off.
오늘 첫 경기가 정영재 선수.
Even when I advance, I don't know. I almost don't feel like this is real.
기량을 미처 보여주기도 전에 좀 다소.
Let's talk about the games against JYJ, the earlier games.
것 같은데 오히려 패자전을 보고 나서
He actually finished the games quite quickly. Game 1.
유영진 선수의 기본기가 좀 손이 잘 풀렸다는 느낌을 받았거든요.
네 패자전에서 이제 상문형이랑 할 때는
I felt that you hadn't warmed your hands up enough.
풀리는구나 이제 최종전도 할만하겠다라는 생각을 했는데 최종전 딱.
Yeah, the match I had in the losers match.
뭔가 그 처음 한 판처럼 져가지고.
I think after the first match, I felt that every game went as I wanted.
제 건 잘 터지더라고요.
보통 터진 게 아니었잖아요, 그 마인이.
In the game against JYJ,
그거랑 같이 제 멘탈도 같이 나가서.
when he killed all my tanks with the mines,
두 번째 세트
that really messed with my head.
쉽지는 않았는데 이 5시 쪽 상대 뒷마당을
I think my brain was fried at that point in time.
계속해서 좀 신경을 썼던 게 중요했던 것 같아요. 언제 좀 승기를 잡았다고 생각하셨어요?
일단 그 크니프 상대 쪽을 잡았을 때.
When did you know that you would actually
5시 쪽에 몰래 물티를
won against JYJ?
약간 조급해지기 시작했거든요.
I actually thought I had won it when I got the entrance contained. But then when I saw his base at 5 o'clock, I panicked a little bit. But I just told myself I have to keep it together
1대1의 상황에서 마지막 세트를
and just try to keep control of the game and try to have a win out.
전제가 굉장히 좀 매서웠습니다.
네.
정영재 선수의 드랍십 내기였나요?
네.
굉장히 크게 돌아서.
It seems like your opponent's harassment was really difficult to deal with, especially when he got up to 4 dropships.
불안하게 하셨나요?
일단 제가
One SCVs of yours spotted it actually.
몰래 모았는데 그거를 안 들키면서 12시 쪽에서 4드랍십이 빠진 거를 저만 봤어요. 제 마린이 올라가면서.
So I collected quite a bit of dropships, but I hadn't been showing them off yet.
그걸 미리 보고 이제.
So it was actually a Marine that I used to see the dropships. I think he wasn't aware that I was amassing dropships as well. So I thought, okay, I'm going to get the right number here and then send them out and give him quite a surprise. And he basically is trying to say, like, use a knockout punch. I can see that even with your mask on, you're definitely smiling.
제가 좀 방송 경기에서 태태전은.
How do you anticipate your quarterfinal?
한것 같아요 오늘 보니까. 그래가지고 테란만 좀 안 만나면은 가전제 잘 준비해.
After today's matches,
좋은 모습 보여드리고.
I think I have many things I need to cover.
경기 안에서도 유영진 선수의 간절함을 보고 굉장히 응원해 주신 분들이 많거든요.
I'm going to try to make up for all the mistakes I made earlier.
첫 경기를 보고 역시나.
Any words to your fans? Yes.
떨어지겠구나라고 생각하시는 분들이 많을 텐데.
I'm sure a lot of my fans are worried and disappointed after watching the first game. I'm sure many people were confident I wouldn't make it out. However, I overcame it. I've made it to the quarterfinals.
네, 다시 한번 오늘 진출 축하드리고요. 8강전.
I don't even know what I'm saying.
축하드립니다.
Anyways, I'm really happy. Thanks, everybody.
자, 이렇게 해서 오늘의 두 번째 8강.
I'm really happy too, Artosis. I think he's going to be an interesting addition. I know that there's always people that are just living off the fumes of nostalgia, and they just want the great players from the past to dominate. But I like this. Like, Rush, moving on. This is really cool.
Yeah, this is one of the people that we actually need to do well for the future of StarCraft, because he's like basically the strongest player that doesn't have like a huge history behind him.
And Queen, I mean, you got to be excited by this guy advancing.
Of course.
I mean, he won the last ASL. He might win this ASL.
All right. Our next group is in just 2 days from now. Light Best Larva Action. This is an insanely awesome group. I cannot wait.
This is going to be crazy, man.
Yeah.
And it's going to be on Thursday, 7 p.m. KST. So the same time that we broadcasted, or I guess the show started today, it's going to be on Thursday. We never do this on Thursday, but we had some time off for Korean Thanksgiving, and we got a lot of show days to crank through our studios here at AfreecaTV. So this is going to be like such a good group, man. And I really don't know who gets it. I think you could call it anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. I think Light is going to come out of here, like, for sure.
He should.
Light is
maybe
ridiculous right now.
But maybe not. I mean, the other players in there are so good.
That's true.
We're out of show, guys. We love you. Take care. Have a good morning, afternoon, or night, wherever you are. We'll see you tomorrow for the GSL Code S.
ASL 시즌 10 타임리스.
Every obstacle's comical. We grind for the pot of gold. Sick like a common cold. We do things astronomical. No fear in my body, man, not even a follicle. No quitters around me, that don't even sound logical. 2020.